A little context. Until this last year, I had a cat named Murray. He came to live with us in 2007 and died earlier this year. He was anywhere from 19 to 22 years old. Murray was a prolific mouse hunter, but we were not the types to own outdoor cats. For one, we lived way too close to the busy highway. And two, it was heartbreaking if the cat never came home. So we only kept indoor cats and provided them with as much enrichment as possible. As such, because we also had a decent mouse problem, the cats were allowed to hunt in the basement if they so chose, and Murray was the best mouser I'd ever seen to this day. He was a vocal cat, and he knew to tell us when he wanted to go downstairs in the basement, and was smart enough to know that the door was opened by pushing down the handle. When he wanted to come up, it wasn't uncommon that he would stand on his hind legs and grab the handle with his paws and attempt to pull it downward, though the handle was rather firm and take a little oomph to open. The basement door is in a small hall that also includes the door to the bathroom right next to it, with a pantry door next to that. This is where the story starts. It was probably around 2012 or 2013. I had a habit of staying up late, so it was around 3 a.m. I was sitting on the couch, which is not far from the little bathroom hall, when I started hearing the sound of the basement door shaking. I was a little agitated because clearly someone let Murray downstairs, and at the time, he and the other cat were being treated for fleas and worms, etc., which is the one time they're not supposed to go downstairs. He must have been down there for hours, because I was the only one awake since around 11 p.m. I get up to open the door and let Murray upstairs with a "Murray, who let you down there?" But just before grabbing the door handle to let him up, I heard him tell meow from just to my left. I turned around to see Murray sitting on the shelf across from the bathroom looking at the basement door rattling. This terrified me. But then it got worse. I turned back to the door because if it's not Murray, then who or what? We had another cat at the time named BB, but she had been on the couch when I got up, so it couldn't be her. Just then, the door handle starts rattling up and down, as if someone is trying to open it, but just can't get it to open. And after a moment, starts shaking more violently, as if whatever it was getting frustrated at the door not opening. At this point, I was done. I put a wooden chair in front of the door, grabbed my cat, and went to bed. The rattling stopped about a minute after I left, and I had to explain to my mom why I had put the chair there. I like to think I'm a skeptical believer in the paranormal. I like to exhaust any reason it's not a haunting before defaulting to a haunting. Had the door only rattled and shook, I would have just said it was a draft or some nice trying to wriggle under the door or something. But the sturdy handle jiggling made me nope out. I can't explain that. And I was too afraid to open the door and see what was on the other side. My dad didn't help when I told him what happened. The door handle doesn't work that way. Pushing it down on one side doesn't push it down on the other. If you saw it moving, it was moving on your side of the door. Thanks, Dad. I hate it. So instead of a spookable in the basement with the door safely between us, it's a spookable up here with me that wants to go down there. I had hoped the story would be over, but my mum apparently experienced this too a few months later. The next time it happened, I was in a bedroom across from the little hall, and Murray changed his perch to the end table next to my bed to watch the door do its shenanigans at night. Last year, Murray got sick. He got better, but never fully recovered because of just how old he was. He lost a lot of muscle and was running on one kidney and just didn't have it in him to mouse hunt anymore. Me and him got really close while he was sick. I wish we had bonded like that earlier in his life and had more time like that. He was a very independent cat, and I guess he just chose me as his companion for the end of his life. Inevitably, his other kidney gave out, and losing him was extremely hard. The vet gave him back to us in a little brown urn that we decided to put on the shelf in the hall where he used to perch before getting sick. This last year, my family was looking to buy this little farmhouse and fix it up. They didn't want to sell the old house, so my sisters moved in to look at the place. A bit before moving, I was in the kitchen when the door started rattling again. I then hear a loud bam and scoot over there to see what happened. My mom, brother, and younger sister were already there, and they were watching the door jiggle. I asked them what the loud noise was, and my sister said it just shot off the shelf and hit the pantry door. And I look in the direction to see Murray's urn on the floor in front of the pantry. Of all the bric-a-brac on that shelf, the only thing that flew off was Murray's urn. Honestly, I saw red, and this was the only time I have ever acknowledged whatever this was. And while my mom scrambled to collect Murray, I just screamed at the door, "Leave him alone! He's already gone!" The door rattle kept going for a few more minutes before stopping. Mom put Murray's remains on the mantel by the pellet stove instead. I live up at the farm now most days of the week, and to be honest, it's quiet there. There's only been one supernatural occurrence here, and it wasn't a big deal. And Murray's urn sits in the kitchen next to my mom's dog urn. So about 15 years ago, I had an encounter with what I assumed was something paranormal. My family and I would have a cool thing we did called movie night. We would set up the living room with blankets and pillows as a giant makeshift bed. We would go over to Blockbuster to rent a few movies and grab snacks. We'll fast forward to the end of this night. I'm the only one up. My entire family is sleeping in the living room. To this day, I don't know what it was, but I decided to get up and go into my parents' bedroom. I went onto their bed and tried to sleep, completely alone. Then, a strange sequence of events happened within 10 seconds. The air around me grew extremely cold, so much so it gave me a rush of anxiety. I heard a whisper from something, as if it's right now in my ear. I do not remember the words. Then, someone grabbed my right hand and pulled it slightly. I felt the fingers as they grasped and pulled. I jumped up and ran to the living room where my family slept. I didn't scream. Maybe I was too scared, and I didn't wake my family up because I just wanted to sleep. The craziest part of this story is I had no clue what signs of paranormal activity were. Like a week ago, me and my girlfriend got home from thrift shopping, and we were in our kitchen just putting down our bags. Casually talking with her, I feel someone coming through us and going out the kitchen door into the living room. I live with my nephew, so my brain immediately thinks it's him trying to make sense of it, but he's not home. I feel this weird haze and dizziness, and I faintly see the back top of someone's torso, with a blue Hawaiian shirt and blondish to white shoulder-length hair, just rushing into the living room. I felt confused, because I've never seen or felt anything like this, and I'm in my 30s. I let my girlfriend know, and she talks to him, saying that if he's going to be around, be nice. She believes in these things more than me, and has had some experiences before. I kind of just trip out and laugh it off. A few days later, we're in our room and about to watch a movie, when out of nowhere, she moves on the bed, and there's a random pile of beach sand there. We had made the bed before and eaten there without seeing this. We track back and think how it could have gotten there, and we have no idea. We had been to the beach like a month ago, but had done laundry and put away everything we used. Now today, we're sitting in our living room scrolling through our phones, and all of a sudden, we hear some keys fall in our kitchen. My girlfriend jumps up to go to the room because she doesn't have any pants on, and we again think it's my nephew coming in. I go check, and my keys are on the floor with my sunglasses. They were on a hook on the wall with a carabiner, and now they lay on the floor. We grab them, put them back, and kind of fling them around, push them, and they're not falling from that hook. Weird. So like I said, I'm a skeptic and don't believe in paranormal things, but ever since we went to that antique shop and brought back some stuff, these unexplainable things have been happening. I'm trying to find logic in the physics to them, but they're kind of not making sense. I'm not scared, just intrigued, and there must be an explanation, but it's definitely boggling my mind a bit. I grew up in Northern California, Santa Rosa to be specific. We lived in a very small row of pretty cheap houses in the middle of a growing industrial estate. Not being terribly close to many shops, and not having an overabundance of kids my own age to play with, I rode my bike quite a bit. I used to spend a fair amount of time riding my bike down to the Sonoma County Airport and then back to our own street. It was on one of these treks as a 9-year-old that I saw something that I still can't explain. It looked, for lack of any better description, like a golden oval at a slight angle. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't touching the ground. I could see space underneath it. It didn't particularly make any noise, rather the opposite. I noticed the closer it got, the less I could hear anything around me. Again, we were in the middle of a busy industrial district with a cement factory and gunstock manufacture plant within 2 blocks. However, the closer the object came, the more oppressive the silence became. It was spinning and moving about the same speed as a car as it came towards me. It paused at the stop and then turned to the left down the intersecting road. Again, it just looked like a golden oval that seemed to be muting everything in its vicinity. My lizard brain told me to get away from it, and I pleaded with all my might back towards my house. It continued down the road until it was out of sight. At the time, my best guess was it was some kind of angel. I had read that they might look like wheels, and it seemed like the best fit. Since then, I've read a lot about other people's encounters with the unknown, but I've never seen anything quite matching what I saw. When I first moved into my boyfriend's house, he told me his former roommates adamantly maintained that the house was haunted. They'd both seen and heard multiple inexplicable instances while living there. When I first moved in about a year ago, I definitely noticed a presence in the house for sure. There were 3 major incidents that confirmed the haunting for me. The first night was when my boyfriend was at work, 3rd shift, so I was home alone from about 11 p.m. to 5 or 6 a.m. Just me and the cat, who was a little wary of me at first, but was happy to have someone to let him in and out at his leisure. One night, at around 2 or 3 in the morning, I was watching Netflix and paused because I kept hearing an odd sound. I thought at first it might be the cat coughing up a hairball. It almost sounded like that, but there was something just off about it. I went into the room the sound seemed to be coming from. The cat has a tendency to slink under the couch when he's feeling particularly unsociable, so I knelt to see if he was ensconced down there. I couldn't see, so I got up and turned the light on. Immediately, the weird wheeze, rasp, and cough stopped. At that point, I saw the cat wedged between the TV stand and the wall on the other side of the room, and looking absolutely terrified. I scooped him up and brought him to the other room, where he stayed glued to my side for the rest of the night. The second incident was not my sighting, but my boyfriend's. He was coming home from work and pulling up to the front of the house. As he was pulling up to the sidewalk, he claimed that he saw a woman on his front step. She was wearing a long white gown and had flowing black hair. Most disconcerting of all, she was looking straight at him, he said. Our next door neighbour's cherry tree passed between them as he drove past it, and she was suddenly gone. He came in the door and looked extremely disconcerted. Were you just outside? He asked. I had been running around trying to get ready to leave for work, having just gotten dressed in clothes that were decidedly not a long white gown. The final incident was really more a weird series of events. My boyfriend and I were both seeing what we thought was our cat out of the corner of our eye, only to discover him in a completely different room or a spot he couldn't possibly have gotten to so quickly from where we thought we saw him. Another odd occurrence was once, just out of morbid curiosity, I left my laptop camera recording when my boyfriend and I went to the grocery store. Upon getting back and reviewing it, there was only one sound that didn't seem like traffic or cat sounds. It was a brief, rumbling little growl. There was also a number of times when our cat went missing only to turn up trapped in the basement. We always make a point of leaving the door open if he follows us in there, which is why this stood out to us so much. We would get home from the store or whatever and find the door closed. and the poor furry fella meowing pitifully to be let out. After that, there was sort of a dormant period, for lack of a better description. We didn't see or hear anything especially strange. However, in the past couple of weeks, my boyfriend and I have both begun seeing something out of the corner of our eyes again. Yesterday, when I was painting in our sunroom, I looked down to see my water cup sliding across the wooden shelf of my easel. I had brought my laptop in and set it in an empty chair to have some background noise. Once when I looked up, I saw the cursor moving across the screen just out of reach and while I was completely alone in the house. Has anyone else ever lived somewhere that went through phases of dormancy and then seemed to reactivate itself? Both my boyfriend and I have noticed a lot more strange noises in the house. We generally assume it's the cat initially, but there's been more than one instance of inexplicable knockings or tappings, etc., when our cat is curled up within sight. Now, the house is quite old, having been built in 1910, so we of course account for the usual creaks and stuff, especially with our old gas heating system and most of the main floor being wood. However, too many times, we've been sitting watching something in the living room and heard either what sounds like someone running up from the basement or somebody in another room shuffling things around. A couple of weeks ago, my boyfriend and I were in the kitchen preparing dinner. I was at the sink, washing off some of the spoons we'd been using, and my boyfriend was at the stove, decidedly out of reach. We were chatting about our days when I felt a tap on the middle of my back. Think of someone sitting behind you, trying to get your attention. It was that sort of touch. I also felt my hoodie get tugged on. I assumed my boyfriend was being silly and asked him what was up. He was very confused and asked what I meant. I said, "You poked me. Did you need to get the sink or something?" I glanced back towards him and he was at the stove looking at me, very perplexed. He was very adamant that he hadn't touched me. His theory was the entity was trying to go back down to the basement, and we were in the way. His old roommates who lived with him for a couple years both had seen or heard an entity come down the steps from upstairs and walk into the kitchen, or vice versa. The second incident happened a couple of nights ago. I'm a very hot sleeper, so I usually just have a light blanket wrapped around over my middle, with my feet out, so I don't overheat. On Saturday night, I was woken up by the need to go to the bathroom. While I was lying in bed and letting my eyes adjust to the dark room, I felt something grab my foot. It felt like a playful gesture, but it still absolutely scared the hell out of me. I didn't end up going back to sleep that night, but nothing else happened. Nine years ago, I was 13 years old. I used to live in this house where I experienced quite a few paranormal experiences, or at least things I couldn't explain rationally. One Sunday morning, my family and I were getting ready to go to church. The only people that were home at the time were me, Mom, 3 brothers, and my brother's girlfriend. Anyways, when I had finished putting on my clothes, I was walking towards the kitchen while putting on my belt. I wasn't watching where I was going because I already know where my kitchen is. So I was facing down towards my belt, putting it on, and as I entered the kitchen, in the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old, sitting on the top of the stove, and she's slowly swinging her legs, looking down, with her hands at her sides, holding herself up. She's wearing jean overalls with white long sleeves and white knee socks. She had black hair down to her shoulders and lots of colourful hair ties in it. I was able to capture these details in a 1 or 2 second time frame. I completely ignored it and I kept walking and acted like I didn't even notice it and continued to make my cereal. I made my way back to the living room where everyone but my mom was. She was in her room getting ready. From the living room, you can see our balcony and we have a sliding screen door with no blinds because we're too lazy to buy some. Anyways, we were just watching TV and my brother's girlfriend goes, "Is that your cousin on the balcony?" I didn't know she was visiting. My cousin lives in another state and never visited during this time frame. I told her she's in another state, and why would she visit during this time alone, without parents? Because she was also 3 or 4 years old at the time. I asked her to describe what the girl looked like, and she described the same girl I had seen in my kitchen. I still get chills about it to this day. To begin with, I should explain some basic personal history. I have a family of 5 plus 2 spouses: my parents, my 2 brothers, my oldest brother's wife, and mine. Before getting married and moving out with my wife, I lived in the same house for 19 years. My parents bought it when I was like 6 months old, and I got married during college, so I only ever known that house and my current apartment. I had some traumatic experiences when I was very young that were tied to one of the rooms in my parents' house. And then a few years later, my parents had me move into that room. During my time in that room, I started having vicious nightmares, all involving me watching helplessly as the people I loved were brutally murdered in graphic and creative ways, in which one constant fixture was a figure that seemed to be observing everything and watching me from a distance, never directly interacting with the chaos, but always on the edge of my vision. The figure always looked the same: a tall mass of complete blackness, with the exception of an antlered animal skull where its head would be. Anyways, when I went to college, the nightmares stopped completely. I didn't have a single one until I came home for winter break and stayed in that room again. During that break, my then fiancée stayed a few nights at my house with me. We slept in separate rooms, but both on the same floor. During the night, she texted me that she was having a panic attack and that she thought she was seeing a figure. When I asked what it looked like, she described the figure from my dreams exactly, and I told her to start reading Psalms in the hopes that it might help. She immediately felt better, and we talked for a while about it before deciding to keep an eye out for more spooky shit. That night, I had the worst nightmares of my life. The next morning, I felt numb and out of commission, and I didn't recover until the next day. Every time I've gone back to that house since, I felt an overwhelming malicious presence there. It has the effect of weighing down on everything. Kind of feels like having cotton in your ears and making everything feel super depressing. Recently, there was another development. My grandfather passed away this last semester, and my grandmother moved into the house with my parents. She's a troubled person, and she brought a lot of toxicity and conflict into the house. Last time I was there with my wife, we immediately felt something horrifyingly evil. I've always had a sensitivity to spiritual things, and it was like nothing I've felt before. I think I was feeding off of the conflict in the house and making things worse. My cat, who we'd brought with us, immediately slipped into what looked like a super depressive state. She wouldn't play or do anything, no matter how hard we tried. The kicker was this. That time I decided to try something. I walked into my old room, the one tied to my traumatic experiences, and tried to feel for any sort of extra bad energy. It was tangible. My mum and I repainted that room the last time I was down there, and it felt very cathartic, but the power was still there. On an instinct, I touched the wall in the room and immediately had violent visions reliving my trauma. Except the spirit was there, watching and seemingly gloating. It felt like it was trying to rub what happened in my face, like a "look what I'm capable of" sort of thing. My wife told me that I went white as a sheet and started shaking and crying, but I don't remember it. I'm relatively certain that the presence in my childhood home is evil, even demonic. I've talked to my mom, and I get the sense that she doesn't really believe me, but my wife and I are pretty sure of it. I may talk to my brothers about it when I see them again. We're all going back to the house for Thanksgiving in the next week or so I'll find out soon. My boyfriend, his dog, and I had just moved into our first place together. It was a duplex house, and we lived upstairs in a 1-bedroom unit. We had barely lived there a month when my boyfriend got a new job. His new job had him working third shift. He would leave at 11:30 p.m. each night and not return home until 8:30 a.m. Prior to this, I had never spent a night alone before. I grew up in a multi-generational household, so I always had someone in the house with me. I didn't think it would be an issue though. I've never been afraid of the dark, loved scary movies, and haunted houses. The first few weeks were uneventful. My boyfriend would leave while I was asleep, and he'd return as I was getting ready to go to my job. Then one night, I was woken up and I felt scared. Really, really scared. I felt like something was standing outside my bedroom door. I looked over and saw my boyfriend was gone already. I tried to move, but I was frozen. I was unable to roll over to look at the bedroom door. I sensed that someone had entered the room with me, but I hadn't heard the door open. Our dog, who slept in the living room, was going crazy, snarling and barking. Hearing my dog go crazy scared me even more. I began to panic more as I heard something banging on the bedroom door, and then silence again. I don't know how long I stayed like that, minutes or hours. I eventually was able to move again. I lunged for the bedroom light and stared at the door. I grabbed a metal bat and flung the door open. Nothing. My dog was on the sofa and he was calm. I must have imagined it all. I laughed at myself. I was being ridiculous. I didn't tell my boyfriend about it. I figured it was a one-time occurrence. I was wrong. Every night, when my boyfriend left, the same thing happened. I would be frozen with fear as I felt something outside the bedroom door. I would hear my dog go crazy in the living room. I read online that it was sleep paralysis. It was all imaginary, okay. I had nothing to fear. I read on an online forum that the best thing to do was to relax and let your body go limp. I tried it and it worked. I'd become unstuck and run for the light. The nightmare would end. The issue was, it started to come into the room and get closer and closer to me. It became harder for me to relax through the mounting fear and panic. It was pure hell. I was terrified it was going to eventually reach me. I finally told my boyfriend I was having nightmares and asked him to please let our dog into the room before we left. I didn't tell him how bad the dreams were. I just said, please don't forget. Please don't leave me alone in the dark. He started letting my dog in with me. The nightmare would start and my dog would be next to me and start as barking and growling. The comfort of having a dog allowed me to get unfrozen immediately when the nightmare started. The thing wouldn't get past the door before I turned on the lights. I felt so much better. Then one night, my boyfriend woke up late and forgot to let our dog into the room with me. The nightmare started and I was alone. Realizing I was completely alone, I panicked horribly. The thing came into the room and I was frozen. I closed my eyes trying to relax, but I couldn't. It got closer and closer until it was right next to me. Suddenly, my dog burst through the door, snarling and barking. I was able to shoot out of bed and run out of the house with my dog. My mom lived 2 miles away. I walked with my dog at 1 a.m. all the way to her house. My dog and I went to sleep there every night after that. My boyfriend said we should move and see if that helped me. He got his cousin and girlfriend to move in and take over our lease. In our new place, I no longer had sleep paralysis. I was so relieved. Months later, his cousin told my boyfriend that when his girlfriend goes out of town and he has to sleep alone at home, he has a scary dream where something is trying to get into the room with him. He dared his friend to sleep there alone, and the same thing happened to his friend. They made their whole friend group try it. All of them said they felt a presence. My boyfriend's cousin still lives there, but the cousin has forbidden his girlfriend from leaving him alone overnight. I was 6 years old and I lived with my grandparents. I remember being a bit of a baby about sleeping in my own bed, but both my grandparents were out of town, so they told me earlier in the day to sleep in my bed. And if I needed anything, I need to go tell my uncle, who lived there, if any problems arose. Well, I got put to bed early. I'm not exactly sure the time, but it was before sundown. I still remember being frightened by having any door closed, so as a kid, I used to demand that if I was in a room, I had the doors opened. so I could see if anything was coming at me. Anyways, I awoke at night and I remember being terrified. I flipped over and looked down the pitch black hallway, staring, just waiting for something to come out. I wanted to scream for my uncle, but I got in plenty of trouble for bothering him in the past. So I just sat there horrified that some monster would come out. I remember laying on my right side, looking down the hallway. I blinked once and opened my eyes to see a translucent figure in the hallway. After confirming what I saw with my eyes, I froze in terror, trying not to scream, because I didn't want this figure to see me. Just as I gained a bit of composure, as best as a 6-year-old could, the figure turned to me where I could make out more of its figure. It was a woman, most likely in her early 20s. She had a longer bob haircut, donning a spaghetti-strap dress that expanded out at the bottom, just right above the knees, with a very slender outline. Still, I couldn't make out the colour or intricate details. All I knew was she was translucent, with the only colour I could make out was white, as if she was a cloud formed to a human outlining. After I caught most of her details, she lifted her arm in a very gentle manner and did a bit of a long wave goodbye towards me and descended down the stairs at the very edge of the hallway. I remember getting up and turning on the lights and screaming for my uncle, who had a room downstairs from me. He never came upstairs to check it out. I remember getting so worked up but so fearful to leave my room, I just crawled onto my bed and fell asleep. When I was in my early teens, I had a younger cousin come visit my parents' apartment to play video games. During his visit, it was only me, him and my father. Our layout of the apartment is railroad style. Parents' bedroom in the back, followed by mine, bathroom, kitchen, then living room. As my cousin and I were playing video games, I mentioned to him if he was hungry, because I was going to the kitchen to fetch us some type of snacks. So I walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, squat down and start looking for some munchies. No longer than a few seconds after that, I just happened to look up as my father walks by and stares down at me with a look of disgust on his face, then continues to walk into the living room. I said to myself, what's up with that dirty look? I laugh a bit as I'm shaking my head, standing up, and just as I'm turning to walk into the living room, I say out loud, what's your problem? But there was nobody there. Nothing. Just an empty living room, and I'm standing there with a confused look on my face. Did my imagination play a trick on me? I literally just saw him give me this nasty look, and now there's nobody in the living room. I went back to my bedroom and asked my cousin if he had seen my father walk by, to which he replied no, and that kind of freaked him out a bit. So I went to my parents' bedroom, and there was my father. He was folding his clothes, and when I asked him if he had just walked by me to the living room, he told me that he was in the room the entire time. Then I said, hey, you changed your clothes. And he replied back to me saying that he'd been wearing his current clothes all day. We'll mark this one up as strange, because I have no explanation for it. In my teen years, I'm in my 40s now, I was always home alone watching TV in my parents' living room. While channel surfing with the old cable remote, I saw that a good movie was about to air on HBO. Excited about the prospect of watching something good on a boring Saturday evening was going to be the highlight of my night. At that time, we had a set-top cable box that when you turned it on, you had to manually turn on the TV right after on those old boob tube televisions. I'm in the living room with the lights on, sitting comfortably on a beach chair, when all of a sudden, the TV turns off. Huh? That was odd. No big deal, so I reached in front of me, grabbed the TV remote and turned it back on, then placed the remote back on the coffee table. I sit back, get comfortable, then about 15 minutes later, it turns off again. Annoyed, I pick up the remote and turn the TV back on again. I'm mostly pissed off at this point because I hate being disrupted as I'm watching something good on TV. Then a few moments later, it turns off again. Logically, I'm thinking that maybe somebody is playing a prank on me. And that has happened to me in the past, where my cousins would prank call me or do something mischievous. Then I ruled that out because I was the only person in the apartment. Then I thought that it could be interface from both remotes being in close proximity to one another, but that's never happened before. Maybe the next door neighbour was using the same remote and somehow turned off mine, but the apartment walls are made of thick concrete. I was just ruling out every known possibility I could think of as to why this was happening. At this point, I say out loud, no, this is unacceptable. I refuse to be interrupted. So I turn the TV back on, and now it immediately shuts off. I'm playing a tug of war here, almost as if I'm playing a video game. On, off, on, off, on, off. As fast as I'm clicking the on button, it's turning right off. This goes on for several more minutes. At this point, I get up, walk up to the side of the TV, and give it a whack on the side. Because that's what we did with 90s technology. I'm just sitting in the living room, fighting with some unknown force over control of the TV. Then finally, it stops, and I presume to watch my TV program. I don't know what this unknown thing was trying to prove, to fuck with me, but I wasn't backing down. After that night, this strange experience never happened again. I'm from the UK, and although I believe in spirits and the paranormal, I'm very much of the opinion that ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know, and would rather make any logical excuse than believe it's something creepy. That said, I've had a few experiences that I can't explain away. Here's one of them. My friend Chloe and I lived together during our early 20s in London. I'd spent a decent amount of time with Chloe's little brother, Charlie, her dad, and dad's girlfriend. So when they invited me for a long weekend in France with some of their friends, it was a definite yes. My friend's dad had bought a chateau near Normandy a few years previously. He's great with interiors and had been renovating it since he first bought it. He had made the bedrooms and downstairs livable so that everyone could make the most of it, despite it being a work of progress. The chateau and its grounds are pretty vast. It has 12 bedrooms and sits at the end of a long gated driveway on a few acres of land. It certainly looked imposing when we pulled up, and I suppose on a wintry day it could have looked ominous. But in the golden autumn light, I didn't get any bad vibes. It was my first visit, so I was given the grand tour on arrival. Chloe's dad took me from room to room, talking me through his renovation plans, opening all the shutters as we went, revealing windowsills and floors strewn with dead flies. This is a pretty common occurrence in old buildings in that region, so nothing to worry about, but it added to that old building feel, with all the heavy drapes, wood panels, and antique furniture. It felt like we had arrived and disturbed the peace, but that feeling was short-lived, as we threw open the shutters and let the sunlight warm up the house. Our bedroom was next to Chloe's dad's. It was light and airy, with twin beds separated by a dresser. Between the furthest bed and the window, a door led into an empty bathroom. It was untouched so far and had bare floorboards, faded walls, and the fittings were years old and not plumbed in. Chloe's dad navigated the rotten floorboards and told us about his plans for the ensuite. Through a hole in the floor, we could see into an old barn extension which he planned to eventually make into a games room. After the house tour, we drove to a supermarket and stocked up on food and drink for the weekend. We then spent the afternoon in the sunshine entertaining Charlie, whilst the older couples caught up. With a dinner party planned for the next evening, we decided to get an early night. I ended up in the bed nearest the bathroom door and window. This wouldn't have been my first choice, but it was Chloe's trip with her family. I curled up and conked out. What felt like hours later, I heard Chloe whispering and giggling under her breath into my left ear. I didn't respond and rolled away from her, thinking whatever the joke was, it could wait until the morning. As I was settling back to sleep, it happened again. This time my whole body prickled as I remembered my surroundings. Chloe was to my right, separated by a dresser. To my left was the bathroom door. What the fuck? I called out to Chloe, who was usually a heavy sleeper, and she was already half awake, as she thought she had heard whispering and thought that I was on the phone or something. We pushed an armchair in front of the empty bathroom door for all the good that could possibly do. Then we moved our beds together. As spooked as I was, I didn't feel a great sense of foreboding. Whatever it was seemed to be teasing rather than deeply sinister. Eventually, we fell back asleep. The next day, we mentioned it to her dad, who laughed it off, and that was that. Later that day, at the dinner party, not sure if it was down to the free-flowing champagne or the bad juju in the house, but there were lots of arguments that night. However, no more whispers, so we had a good night's sleep and forgot all about the previous night. Fast forward to our last day. Chloe's dad and co decided to walk to the nearest village for a drink. We decided to stay behind and get ready for dinner. I went and hopped in the shower upstairs whilst Chloe had a fag outside. The bathroom door has a glass panel and the shower screen is all glass. As I was sitting up in the shower, I had a horrible and overwhelming sense that someone was behind me. Had the shower had a curtain, I would not have had the guts to pull it back and take a look. That's how strong the feeling was, there was something there. I took a deep breath and turned to look towards the door. As I did, a shadow passed as if someone had been walking along the corridor. I was trying to think logically and calm myself down, but internally, I was losing my shit. So I called out, "Chloe?" No answer. Grabbed my towel, grabbed my phone, called Chloe's mobile. She was locking up downstairs. She thought it was safest to lock up if we were both upstairs with hairdryers on. I'd prefer to have been locked outside rather than inside. Chloe came running upstairs as I was running across the landing, and we flew into our bedroom, slamming the door. I calmly explained what I had seen and felt, and she started freaking out, begging me to admit that I was winding her up. I was not. At this point, we were holding each other and becoming more and more hysterical. Then we heard a clatter against the window. We screamed. We were 25 years old, not preteens watching a horror film, but we were unleashing fully dramatic, terrified screams. We held hands and looked out the window. Her dad was there throwing stones because he was locked out. They'd walked up to the village and the bar was closed, so they'd come straight back to find that Chloe had locked the back doors. I was so relieved that we weren't alone anymore and felt instantly better. We went home the next day without any further drama, so I hope it was our minds playing tricks on us. Despite an open invite to go back whenever we like, we've not been. We've floated the idea of going back with our boyfriends in a larger group, but we've always found a reason to go elsewhere. I used to work in a residential care home. The care home had capacity for around 30 residents, set over 4 floors. At the time of my experience, the upstairs was being renovated to add capacity, so some rooms were empty. I never worked night shifts, only late shifts which finished around 9:30 p.m. During winter, it becomes dark early, around 4:30 p.m. The late shift feels lonelier when it's dark and the managers, kitchen staff and extra carers leave at around 6 p.m. 3 carers would stay, 1 to do meds, 1 to do baths, and 1 to do the tea trolley and bedtime assistance. This particular day felt unsettled. The weather had been so miserable, and it was dark and grey all day, with thunder and lightning setting in later on. Most of the residents went back to their rooms straight after dinner, instead of sitting in the lounge like usual. That night, I was doing the tea trolley and bedtime assistance. I was set up in the kitchen and split off from the other girls. They went to the other end of the house. I was knocking on the rooms, delivering tea and biscuits, and having a little chat as I went alone. A little while into the tea round, an assistant's buzzer went off in the upstairs room, so I parked the trolley and ran up. The resident was complaining that someone had closed their door. Closing the doors required someone to remove the kickstop, which is pretty stiff. I assumed that this resident had been pottering around and set it off. I reset it, checked he was happy, and nipped back down to where I'd left the trolley. It was gone. Thinking one of the other girls had finished their rota unusually quickly and had picked up the trolley, I went to answer another buzzer. I popped my head around the corner to explain that I'd surely help this resident into bed. And this lovely lady was sitting there, blocked into her armchair by the tea trolley, helping herself to biscuits, saying that the lady with black hair whizzed it in and left it there. Everyone present that night was blonde, grey, or bald. No one had black hair. The residents on that particular floor all had very limited mobility and used walkers. I couldn't think of a single resident who could have moved the trolley, and the staff wouldn't have due to safety risks. I finished the tea round, bumped into the other girls, and told them about it. We all agreed it was strange. I finished the tea and went upstairs to help a lady, May, into bed. May had dementia and would often talk a little bit incoherently. I was smiling and chatting with her, popping her pajamas on and pulling down the bed. Then May took her teeth out, pulled a really strange expression and said, "She's watching you. The little girl. Behind you." All the while staring over my shoulder into the dark corner of the room. I have experience with dementia patients and didn't show that this had flustered me and carried on putting her into bed without turning around. May carried on. "She knows all about you. She's moved my chair. She's watching you." And then she laughed and laughed as if they were in on a joke. I didn't turn to look in the direction of May's chair and carried on getting her comfortable. I left the room without glancing back in the direction that May was staring in. Every hair on my body stood on end, but I shook it off and carried on with my shift. The next hour was uneventful. A few residents popped their heads out and asked if everything was okay, as they'd heard footsteps running around. I said it was probably us just going back and forth. Finally, at 9 p.m, I sat down with the other girls, and we had a bit of a joke about how weird the shift had been. With that, a buzzer went off, and we glanced up to see which room it was. It wasn't a number we recognised. You get to know every room number attached to each resident. We looked at each other a little confused. My colleague ran into the office, consulted the floor plan and said, "It's a top floor bathroom. Isn't that being renovated? I didn't even think that was wired in. Is anyone up there?" Two of us went up together, in case someone had gone wandering. Unlikely, as the residents in that part of the house needed support mobilising and the new rooms were empty. We had goosebumps as we walked up the stairs. The beep, beep, beep of the buzzer felt like it was counting our steps. The hall lights were on dimly, but we couldn't see any light coming from under the bathroom door. The unfilled rooms along the corridor seemed really dark and empty. I pushed the door open and pulled the light switch. My stomach flipped. In the middle of the totally empty bathroom was May's chair. We turned the buzzer off and went downstairs to finish our shift. All of us felt quite shaken and were glad to clock off when the night staff arrived. To this day, we have no explanation. The residents at the time wouldn't have been physically able to pull off these pranks, and there were no visitors on the premises that evening. This happened last year, and lately it's been on my mind a lot, and I wanted to share it. So one day last year, my fiancé Michael and I were attempting to fix my car. The plastic shield on the bottom of the car had come loose and was dragging on the ground. So we're in his dad's driveway and have the front tyres of the car up on ramps. We crawled under the car with some zip ties to see if we could fix this plastic thing. Now this is important to remember. Both Michael and I are fat. And not just fat, but physically out of shape. It took a lot of time and effort for us to get on the ground and shimmy under the car. While we're under the car trying to figure out where to zip tie this thing, we hear tyres screeching. Then all these loud bangs and booms. Obviously a pretty bad car wreck. But the sounds didn't stop. They kept getting closer and closer. Michael was lying to my right where the sounds were coming from. He looks over and then turns back to me and yells, "Get out!" And then he's gone. He just disappeared. The next thing I know, I'm standing next to the car that I was just under and made eye contact with the lady that was driving. At this point, time slowed down. I remember her eyes wide with surprise when she saw me and then swerved away from me. I remember running away to get further away from her, but I was never directly in the path of the car. In fact, I remember being scared when she swerved away from me that she might turn and hit Michael, because I had no idea where he was. Michael ended up far away from the car on the other side. It turns out the lady had lost control of the car while making a turn too fast and then panicked and kept accelerating. She totaled the first car she hit, which was the neighbours next door, then hit her pickup, crashed through the fence between the houses, hit my car, and finally Michael's dad's SUV. She was still accelerating when her bumper got caught on the SUV bumper. It was what stopped her from going into the house. Michael and I didn't have a scratch. Nothing. Not even a bruise or any sores or aches. But Michael and I aren't fit or in shape. There was no way we could have gotten out in time because when Michael said he saw the car coming, it was already through the fence. That's only maybe 20 feet from the car we were under, and that lady was flying. We talked about it later. We both realized we remember everything about that accident vividly. Every detail. Except getting out from under the car. No memory of turning, scooting, rolling, nothing. 1 second we're under the car, and next we're out, in completely different spots. I wasn't even out of breath. In fact, I was completely calm through the whole thing. But if we rolled or scooted out from the car as fast as we needed to, we should have definitely had some scrapes at least. And maybe a little bit sore from moving faster than we have ever physically moved. But we were fine. And no memory of getting out. I think someone or something moved us. Or maybe we did the first teleportation. It's because I've experienced brushes with the paranormal, something gets triggered. There's a common thread to these things through lines that ring clear as a bell to me. In 2007, I toured the eastern US in a punk band. We never stayed in hotels, as those were out of our budget. Instead, we spoke with people at our shows to find a house that wouldn't mind 4 dudes sleeping in their living room for a night. It was never comfortable, but it got us to the next day, and we made sure to be quiet, courteous, and gracious to our hosts. It was early April in Buffalo, New York. A young hipster couple told us that they had recently purchased a 12-bedroom house downtown. What anyone sane would call a mansion. They had only really moved into the kitchen, living room, and 1 bedroom. They picked out 2 rooms for us because they were closest to the kitchen and nearby bathroom, and I'm sure they didn't trust newly met strangers fumbling around in the dark nethers of a house they themselves were unfamiliar with. My guitarist Adam and I were put in a room to share. We slept on the floor, each with our own blanket and pillow. A red LED clock was plugged in on the floor for us as well. There were no curtains on the windows, and the room was illuminated by the orange glow of the sodium streetlights outside. I awoke to feeling my foot being pulled up about a foot above the floor. Upon opening my eyes, I saw, in the glow of the streetlights, a little girl holding my foot and smiling. I looked back at the clock, 2:38 a.m. I looked back at her, still smiling. I pulled my foot away. She put her finger on her lip and looked shy. Not taking my eyes off her, I began elbowing Adam. Adam, wake up! He's stirring, but not as well as I'd like to. I need to know his eyes are open. So I turned from her to him. He looks at me, confused and kind of pissed off. What? I point towards my feet and look. She's gone. Our door is still closed. The room has no closet. No furniture to hide behind. No shadows cast by anything. What? Adam is mad. I realise speaking any more about this right now isn't going to go anywhere good. Never mind. Adam rolls over in a huff and goes back to sleep. I lay there thinking it over. The couple never mentioned having children, but maybe they did. I tried to rationalise it. Okay, so they have this 8-year-old daughter, and they've just moved into an old mansion. There are still unpacked boxes in the place. Mom and Dad leave a home alone in this place to see some bands play a dive bar and invite one of the bands to stay with them. They don't mention the daughter to the band, or presumably the band to the daughter. And then she awakens and decides to explore this new giant house in the darkness. opens a door to a room that nobody was using, and finds two strange adult men sleeping on the floor. Then chooses to lift up one of their feet and smile at them like a creep until he wakes up. And the second he looks away from her, quickly and silently exits the room, closing the door behind her without so much as a click. That seems creepier than a ghost. That kept me up. The next morning, I see the couple and ask, "Hey, do y'all have a kid?" They respond with, "No, but we do have a dog, a husky." "Okay, well," I start, "but he won't go in that room you guys slept in." I left it at that. I explained what happened to Adam once we were back in the van. He said that it was totally a ghost. I had no idea that they could touch people. So in my town is an old house that has been abandoned and boarded up for a good 30 years. After the old tenant died and the council boarded the house up, seeing as she didn't have anyone to give it to, according to word from my dad. My dad says he remembers this woman as being mean and cranky, and as one who'd yell at kids for walking past, and in her later years would yank her curtain open and glare out. Today, I was walking down past the house to meet my stepdad after helping my mom with her Girl Guides group so she could drop me to the train station. I'll start by saying this. The wind was blowing at the side of me closest to the house. One board was broken about a month or two ago, leaving the house open to be seen into. So probably druggy, dumb teen squatter or homeless person. The window was also pretty deep, at least a foot inwards of its seeing, as it's one of the older houses in the town, so there would have been no modern heating systems. As I passed, I coughed slightly, and that's when it happened. Some unnameable force yanked the curtain. It wasn't one of those wind-blowing movements, especially because the window was that deep and the curtain was too far back. Also, the movement was completely wrong for it to be that. It wasn't swaying or fluttering. No, this was something different. Like an angry person tugging it aside. I didn't stop to see who or what it was, but I began to run. I wasn't stopping to see what was coming out of there. I didn't want to. I haven't run so hard in all my life. I stopped where I had met my stepdad and looked back up the path to realise to my horror that nobody was standing on the path or going in or out the house. Things in the house, I don't know who or what you are. But for the sake of everyone's good, let's not meet face to face. Just knowing you're there is enough for me. To start with, I've studied the paranormal on and off for over 50 years. What I'm writing about happened to both my wife and myself back in 2012. We lived in a mobile home at the time. From the time we moved in, my wife complained constantly about seeing the shadow of an old woman going from the kitchen to our bedroom, which was in the back of the trailer. I never saw the shadow the whole time we stayed there. We started hearing banging sounds in the laundry room, which was next to the kitchen. We only heard them at night. I found out that cats were under the trailer making the noise. I secured around the house of the trailer and the noises stopped. Those noises anyway. A few days later, I started hearing heavy walking outside our bedroom. I would get up and the noise would stop. I could find no reason for the noise. I looked outside for a cause and found nothing. Then, the flies started. We came home one day and found hundreds of flies around the inside of the window across from the kitchen. We sprayed and killed them, but the next day they'd be back. We fought this on and off all through the winter. During this time, my wife started telling me that she had the feeling like someone was watching her. One day, I had walked outside. My wife was still in the kitchen finishing up the dishes. Suddenly, she felt someone blow gently on the back of her neck. She screamed and ran to the door, but she pulled on it and it wouldn't open. Then she heard what sounded like an old woman giggling. She started pounding on the door and screaming for me. I was by the car and heard her. I ran and opened the door and she hugged me, breathing hard. She told me what happened, and we left to give her a chance to calm down. We came back, and our neighbour was standing outside. As we were talking to her, she told us we were not the first ones to experience this. Others that lived in that trailer experienced similar things. Also, she told us that an old woman that lived on the lot in a different trailer than the one we lived in, it was also farther back in the lot. She told us that the old woman died after her trailer caught on fire. She was burned up. After hearing this, we went into the trailer. I was a believer in Jesus Christ, so I declared his name loudly in the kitchen and told whatever entity to leave in the name of Jesus. After that, things seemed to calm down. For a while. A few weeks later, we came home and found hundreds of dead flies around the same window. Not knowing what to think, we cleaned them up and went on. A few days later, my wife was at work, and I had the day off. I decided to take a nap. Later that afternoon, I woke up and walked out to the living room and found the glass top of our coffee table shattered. Glass was all over the living room, like something had been violently thrown through it. There was no evidence of this under the coffee table, and there was nothing heavy on the coffee table that could have caused this. Stunned for a few seconds, I evoked the name of Jesus again. After that, nothing else happened. A few weeks later, we moved out. I grew up in the countryside. Most of my relatives were firm believers in the paranormal, to the point some treated the topic as something completely normal and even mundane. So growing up, I conceived such things as something inevitable and undoubtedly real. Nothing extraordinary happened to me until I was 8 or 9, and even though I was pretty shy and faint-hearted, the paranormal didn't scare me as much as serial killers, vampires, aliens and zombies. That's until I reached the age mentioned before. Weird and disturbing things started happening to me regularly. Things like having weird nightmares, seeing shadows in the night, hearing voices, being pushed, and even seeing actual translucent ghost-like matter appear out of nowhere. Needless to say, being as fearful as I was, the whole deal hit me extremely hard, to the point I became depressed and started considering suicide at 10. But time passed, the situation improved, and I became an awkward teenager with a lot of ghost stories to tell, and some degree of resentment against the paranormal. I went to study psychology, and that gave me the tools to dismiss all my childhood experiences as mere neurological anomalies associated with brain development. That notion changed dramatically when I was 17. Back then, my family was passing through quite a rough time. Everyone was stressed and unhappy, mainly because we found out my dad was having an affair. One of many nights of tense calm, my sister was brushing her hair in her room when she noticed there was a woman reflected in the mirror she was using. According to her, the woman seemed to be laughing with malicious intent. My sister went into shock, and it took a couple of hours to make her speak about what happened. I dismissed everything as the confabulations of a very stressed teenager and just ignored the whole deal. A few months later, I was about to enter my house when I noticed something. A human face in the front window of the second floor, which happens to be my sister's room window. At first glance, I saw the face of a woman and immediately thought it was my mom. Without thinking much of it, I waved at her. I was then noticed that whoever was in the room wasn't my mom. She was younger, paler, skinner, with straight black hair. She looked at me casually, waving at her with a clear expression of surprise, which rapidly turned into fear. Then she went behind the curtains, as if she were trying to hide from me. Initially, I thought she was a friend that was staying for the night. I went upstairs, only to find both my mom and my sister dead asleep in my mom's bed. In that moment, something told me that there was something bizarre going on, so I woke them up and asked them about the woman in my sister's room. I was told there was no one in there. I suddenly realized I had seen the same ghost that terrorized my sister months ago. I felt completely bewildered by the encounter. I didn't just see her. There had been some sort of simple interaction between us. It meant that whatever it was sentient to some extent. Also, remember how the lights from the street reflected on her, illuminating her pale face?
It wasn't some kind of translucent figure. It was an actual person, reflecting light like an actual physical object. I felt as if my way of understanding the world would crumble in my hands. How is it possible for anything to exist without a physical base? How is it possible to react like a human without a human brain to support the action? In that moment, I was told to close the door to that room, which was open for some reason. I did it with a broom, fearing the ghost would grab my arm if I used my hand to pull the handle. Then I got a marvelous idea of using the chair to block the door so the thing couldn't come out. After that, I went to sleep in my room, which was just in front of my sister's. By then, I was scared shitless. As I lay on my bed under my sheets, I could only think about the nature of the thing I saw. Then suddenly, she made a comeback. The doorknob of the blocked door began shaking. It wasn't violent. It didn't last long, but the sound was crystal clear. After that, she slammed the door from the inside a couple of times. She was trying to escape, but couldn't. A simple wooden door was stopping a being that violated most rules of known physics, and that made me feel relieved. Now, I knew I could keep her at bay, even though I didn't know what she was. After some 3 or 4 bumps in around an hour, she began toying with the tap in the bathroom, which she turned slowly on and off several times. I could only think about how this thing could apply direct force with that degree of precision. This is something I still think about constantly, but back then, it was good enough to know it was possible to enclose it. So I began to calm down and eventually fell asleep. Anyone would think that with such a loud and positive ghost in the house, things would go the horror movie way quite fast, but it wasn't the case. Considering all the bad things that were happening at the moment, the ghost was just another nuisance. We just left the room empty and closed the door. She would bump on the door occasionally, especially at noon, and would rattle the doorknob at nights. I got to hear it all, and somehow I began to roll with it. My dad, who was a hardcore skeptic at the time, used to sleep in that room one night every week to prove there was nothing in there and that we were all just overreacting. One of such nights, he leaves the room with a crucifix in his hand and told me, "I think this is the ghost." The crucifix was stainless steel, quite well constructed, and had been in the house for at least 10 years in different locations. My dad grabbed it from the dump of a monastery. I swear, I'm not making this stuff up. It was in the trash of a monastery. A crucifix. That just doesn't make sense. My dad said that a crucifix started to move just slightly when he was putting his pajamas. He felt weird about it and wanted to examine it. Turns out, it had an inscription, the name of a woman and a date of birth in the late 19th century, along with a date of death in the 50s. It was quite obvious for us that it wasn't a regular crucifix, and that it was related with the strange presence in the room. The following day, my dad took the crucifix to a priest, one who had quite a lot of experience with witchcraft, Satanism, and paranormal stuff in general. He told my dad that what we had was an engraved crucifix, one that was put in the hands and over the chest of the deceased back in the day. Most of them were made of aluminium or stainless steel, so the extremely corrosive conditions of a decomposing body would not damage the piece over time. He also told me that those crucifixes were particularly sought for witchcraft and powerful black magic. At first it sounded straight from The Conjuring, but it made sense. We were much more worried about getting rid of that thing than about the occultist nature of it. I remember telling my dad, that is why it was thrown away by the monks. Why would a Catholic monk throw a crucifix to the trash? And he smiled and said, "Makes sense," with a guilty grin on his face. As far as I know, the priest threw the crucifix into a river to purify it and left it there. The room went back to normal, and eventually my parents divorced. It wasn't a great time, but it was necessary. My sister is still in that room, and after the crucifix was removed, nothing supernatural ever happened again. Needless to say, my conception about the world and the experiences I had as a child was shaken to the ground. I worked in a nursing home for a summer. There was a gentleman who would go into detail about seeing his father, who had been dead for 40 plus years, walk the halls of one of the units every night, just pacing. This man was also one who could just point at any other residents, and within that week, they would pass away. I'm not inclined to think he had any power, just some idea it was getting close to their time. Happened multiple times, though. Another lady I served struggled with some kind of dementia, but her words still creeped me out nonetheless. I was taking her order and would ask her how she was and what she was up to. I had asked what she had planned for the rest of the night. She mentioned she was going to talk with her daughter. I assumed it had already happened as visiting times had ended, but she continued on to say, yeah, she watches me through the window at night. Now these next two both happened within the span of maybe 2 or so minutes. I was the last one in the kitchen, the lights were off, and I was getting ready to go when a loud bang occurred as I turned my back. I looked and saw a tomato slicer had fallen off the table. A tomato slicer that had rubber pegs to stop it from sliding, that also weighed enough as to where air or a breeze could not push it. I picked it up and set it down to see out of the corner of my eye a white apparition. It was gone as soon as I looked back, but these are just some of the weird stuff that happened at the nursing home I worked at. I was about 7 or 8 years old, and I was sleeping in my mum's bed with her, as I would have most nights. To give some context, my mum was a single parent, and for as long as I can remember, I've always sensed energies, had dreams that have come true, seen auras around people and strangers and picked up their energies. I always felt like I was being watched in my childhood home. I've had so many incidents where I've seen people in the house, felt energies upstairs, etc. My entire childhood, every night, I would feel someone sitting on my bed. I could actually see the core of the bed going down while someone sat there. I would feel cold air on my face and arms, and my hair would blow back as if a window was opened. This sounds like rubbish, but it genuinely happened every night in that house. I could also talk about so many strange things that happened in the house to both my mum and I. One night when I was around 7 or 8, I was terrified because the same routine happened in that I'd be lying in bed reading a book with my nightlight on, and I'd feel someone touching sitting on my bed. The cold air would start on my face and hand, and my hair would start to blow back a little. So the routine of me running into my mum's room every night, terrified, occurred. While we were sitting, talking in her bed, aka her trying to calm me down, what can only be described as glitter started falling from a ceiling. Instantly, I felt calm and happy. I put my hand out and started trying to catch the glitter, but as soon as I did, it would disappear from my hand. I looked around at my mum and she said, "I see it too." We both laughed. We didn't even question what was happening or where on earth this random glitter was coming from. We both felt so happy, so calm. It was absolutely bizarre. After this night, my mum started to talk about things that would happen to her, such as feeling energies, seeing auras, how she was sometimes visited by an angel called Michael who told her things that came true. He told her that he was her guardian, and on a visit one night when I was a late teenager, he told her that once a building in our area was built, that she would be told she had terminal cancer, and that would be because she had a job to do in the other Vale, so they needed to call her home. She told me that she would have dreams that came true, and told me she didn't want to tell me at all at such a young age. But after the night with the glitter, she knew it was time I knew that I wasn't going crazy, because the same stuff happened to her and the other girls in my family. So the first one isn't exactly paranormal, but more so a miracle. My mom was pregnant with me and my sister. We were identical twins. Fast forward a few months into the pregnancy, my mom was having signs of labour, so she went to the hospital. My sister's cord was wrapped around my right hand and cutting off my circulation. So in a crazy weird way, my sister saved my life by putting my mom into labour. My mom had no idea that I was losing circulation. If my sister never put my mom into labour, I would have died. Sadly, my sister passed inside my mum's stomach, so I like to think of her as my guardian angel. I want to get a butterfly tattoo one day for her. The second experience is also related to my sister. My mum had an ex that we lived with for a few months. Well, they got into a fight and he knocked over my mum's Christmas tree. Every single ornament broke besides my sister's ornament. It makes no sense because it's really old and fragile and seems too crazy of a coincidence to me. So we still have that ornament every Christmas now. The third experience is after my grandpa passed. He passed December 26th of 2020 after getting COVID and having to stay in the hospital. I don't have a good relationship with my family, so I wasn't invited to his funeral, and I was the last person to know about his death. About a week later, I was asleep and heard a loud "Hello, Lex," with his voice in my ear. I woke up super fast thinking it was my mom pulling a prank on me to wake me up, but she was asleep on the couch. I've never had anything happen similar to that, so I like to think maybe he was saying hi since I couldn't say bye. I've lived in my home for about 10 years now and never had any strange experiences until the last few months. A bit of relevant information. I'm familiar with all dogs within at least a 2-block radius of my house. Most are smaller, not your typical howling breeds. There's a collie 2 houses down across the street that I've never heard bark in 10 years, and 2 larger Mastiff type mixed dogs directly behind me. These 2 I have a pretty good line of sight to. I can see them from my kitchen, dining room, and son's room when they're in the backyard, and I can also see into the den they hang out in my neighbour's house. Either way, a few months ago, I started hearing a random howling. It sounds muffled, like it was through a pillow. At first I ignored it because there were dogs around and it wasn't prolonged. Eventually, I noticed it would only happen in the morning, after I was the only one at home, but it was still sporadic enough that I didn't think much of it. Little by little it's gotten to me. I've been getting an uneasy feeling whenever I hear it, and I started paying more attention to it. It sounds like it's coming from outside, from the direction of the 2 large dogs. So I started checking up on them. First I noticed that as soon as I go outside, I can't hear the howling. It's almost like an inside noise that's been made to sound like it's outside. Second, whenever I check on the dogs, they're outside lounging and not in distress. I've even checked the outside security cameras to see if I can catch them howling, but it's clearly not them. I've really tried to not think much of it, especially since it only happens when I'm alone in the morning. However, on Monday, my son had a day off school and he heard it as well. This time, I poked my head out of the corner and I couldn't hear any howling, but my son insisted he could hear a muffled howling inside at the same time. I've worked at the Disneyland Hotel for more than a year. I work in one of the many departments that would need to deliver things from our department to the guest rooms when they need them. One night, around 11:30 at night, I was making a delivery when I heard a group of children laughing from the pool deck, which is surrounded by a gate. Since I was headed to a guest room and they'd been given a wait time, so they knew when to expect me, I didn't stop to see who was playing in the pool and to check that they were being monitored by at least an adult. After delivering what the guest needed to the room, I headed back to where I was supposed to be waiting, when I heard more children laughing from the pool deck, as well as some splashing. Since the pool water itself is well lit, and the pool deck is poorly lit, I expected to at least be able to see some kids playing in the pool, and something resembling an adult within easy hearing range. By the time I had walked up to the gate, the laughing and splashing had stopped, and I could see that there was no one anywhere near the pool or pool deck. It really makes me wonder what I heard. Well, I know there have been deaths at the hotel and in its rooms. All of the deaths have been adults, making me wonder why I was so sure I was hearing. I've also been deaf in my left ear since childhood, so any sounds I would have heard would have to be loud. One of the slightly less famous haunted places in Colorado is the Third Bridge. A friend of mine when I was a teenager introduced me to the place since I was only one with any kind of clairvoyant abilities, and he wanted at least one clairvoyant person to be with them when they went that night. The place is famous for a Native American massacre where all of the Native Americans were killed, and a lot of the settlers that were there were killed as well. There was also a car accident that happened there that killed a few teenagers that were driving at high speed and lost control of the car. One of them was paralyzed. Part of what they say you can hear is a girl laughing or screaming on the side of the road due to the accident. In the times I've gone, I've heard the drums beating around me. I've been chased out of the area by an older car, 60s to 70s era, with a single headlight accompanied on and off by honking from the car, and spotted with random disappearances of the car with no natural explanation. Had my leg forcibly pushed down into a barbed wire fence, and felt intense negativity the entire time I was there. One night during the summer while I was heading there, when the windshield fogged up and was very hard to defog, even with the defrost on high, despite it still being 80 degrees that night with no clouds in the sky. I always had to have a drink with me, so if I needed to throw up at any point while I was there, I could have something to throw up. All of the activity seemed to be limited to the road and circular copse of trees. The negative energy deteriorating once you'd back to lit city roads. After these trips, I usually had some kind of activity beyond my normal two spirits following me home. The first time it was dozens of children and teenage hands pushing onto my back for about an hour, which kept me from sleeping. After a few occasions, I would hear loud bangs happening in a room I wasn't in, and when I went to check on what fell, I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary, and there was nothing that had fallen. After one trip, I had been doing laundry, had gone downstairs to make food, then walked back up to my bedroom, which is past the laundry room. When I looked into the laundry room to see why the washer had stopped, and discovered the lid was open and sitting in a normal upright position, like it was being loaded. I was the only one home at the time, so it shouldn't have been open at all. I would occasionally also hear my name being called, despite being the only one home besides pets. I've since moved away from Colorado to California and can no longer visit the Third Bridge, but last night, something interesting happened. I'd been preparing to go to bed at 3:30 in the morning, and after flipping off the lights, I was struggling to find a comfortable position to sleep in, when a female voice whispered my name into my deaf ear. I almost immediately sat up and looked around the room to find it empty. A bright light swept its way through my room, which caused me to sit up and see if anyone was in the yard, or if I could see one of the neighbours wandering around through their yards with a flashlight, and I couldn't find anything. I ended up grabbing my bear spray next to the bed, just to ease myself into sleeping. The place used to call me back at least once a year, and I could usually be okay with not visiting for quite some time. I hoped when I move out of state, I wouldn't hear myself being called by anyone other than my normal two ghosts, but it's weird I heard a woman. I almost wonder if the place could be calling me back like it always used to, or it could be a new haunting. I have two spirits that are regularly in my home. One is Paul, a 9-year-old male child, and Christopher, an adult male in his 30s. Paul died in the early 1800s, and Christopher died in the 1920s. And on the occasions I see them, instead of just feeling their presence, their clothing reflects the time period in which they lived. Both of these spirits have been with me for 5+ years, and when I moved from my home in Colorado to my current home in California, in all the times I've had Paul or Christopher with me, it was always individually. For whatever reason, I never see the two of them in the same room at the same time. Other friends who are sensitive to the paranormal have also told me if one of them enters the room while the other leaves, they don't stay in the same place. For a while, I had a friend who also had a regularly present spirit as well, named Lily. This friend and I had a major falling out after I moved, and Lily isn't a spirit I interacted with much anymore, since she was pretty much glued to my former friend. Fast forward to the current day. I moved in October 2015 and kept my two spirits plus Lily until March of 2016, when the friend and I officially had the falling out. Paul and Christopher continued the expected habit of never being in the same room, and Lily had disappeared completely. More recently, the boyfriend of the friend I had fallen out with requested access to a book of shadows that I had in my Google Docs, and had, at one point, shared with my former friend. I haven't spoken to either person since the falling out, and didn't grant access to the document. In fact, in case my email got hacked to my aforementioned boyfriend, I emptied the Google Doc that had once held the document and deleted it completely. I figured this would be the end of the issue. No need to fight over something that's no longer there, and something I wouldn't have allowed them to have access anyway, due to the fact that we're no longer on speaking terms. Soon after denying the access to the Book of Shadows Google Doc and deleting everything, I noticed a change in Paul and Christopher. More and more often, they're unwillingly sharing the same space. I see them wandering around during the day while going to or leaving from my bedroom. It's atypical for them to be in a room that I'm not in, nonetheless, for them to be nearly running from that room when they know I've witnessed them entering it. I've even seen them enter rooms I'm not in together, which is weird. Just as weird is Lily has come back to my home. She leaves quickly as soon as I've seen her, and if I wake up while she's in my room and she realizes it, she also leaves quickly. On the few occasions that I've caught her in my room at night when I'm there, I often find her rifling through my things like she's searching for something very specific in my items that she can't seem to find. It was funny the first time she did it, and it's becoming incredibly annoying, since I often find important papers missing or rearranged. Some background. I never learned to swim as a child out of pure childhood stubbornness. I won't learn to swim as an adult because I think pools are nasty. One of my regular haunts at home is a 9-year-old boy. Due to a huge difference in hand size, I know the spirit was completely uninvolved in this story. I didn't expect to experience anything when I paid the $30 fee to do the haunted tour of the Queen Mary. I really wasn't expecting to experience anything on the tour. I figure a lot of these tours just like to play up the history of these places, and in cases like with the Queen Mary, like to play up on the long history of natural and accidental death that happened to happen on that particular piece of land. Most of the tour was pretty uneventful and passed quietly as our rather quirky tour guide walked us around and told us about the history and hauntings around the ship. He shared stories about some of the deaths and some of the hauntings that had been reported to staff over the course of years, as more and more people took these tours. Overall, it was very interesting and very informative. Over the course of the nearly hour-long tour, there was a lot of history that came into play, and it was incredibly informative. There were 3 kids that were on the tour as well. They were really, really well behaved. So well behaved, in fact, that I had completely forgotten they were there at many points as the tour happened. The last stretch of the tour centered around the pool deck, where the quirky tour guide had the most stories to share, which included seeing people lounging by the pool, and people seeing wet footprints appearing on the pool deck, despite not seeing anyone on the pool deck to make them. He brought up a little girl named Jackie, who tended to haunt the pool deck. There was nothing showing a young girl with the name Jackie had boarded the ship at any point, and no record that a little girl named Jackie had died on the ship. This didn't really seem to be entirely shocking, since it could easily be enough for a busy ship hand or two to just forget to record her name in any records, or for her to possibly be smuggled on board the ship in a trunk, so no one would notice the extra passenger on board. Doesn't seem completely absurd when you consider this was a luxury liner on par with the Titanic. During this section of the tour, I had my back to a display showing pictures of the ship's past, where no one could possibly sneak up on me, and the 3 children on the tour were not only within easy view, but on the other side of the tour group with their families. The guide has moved on from Jackie to discussing the hauntings of the engine room, where I feel a small child's hand grab the pointer finger, middle finger, and thumb of my left hand and begin pulling me back in the direction of a bar, which was located behind me. The direction I was being pulled would have had me pulled through the display to head into that direction. I'd guess the age of the child that grabbed me was around the age of 5. At the end of the tour, I ended up asking how old Jackie was reported to be, since the guide hadn't given us an age while discussing her, and she said her reported age was between 5 and 10. Judging by the hand size, I'll guess she was 5, but having a child pass so young is horrible. I feel like the poor little thing didn't get as much life as she deserved, and feel even worse when they're haunting an area.
I've been sleepwalking since I was a little girl, and have continued to sleepwalk as an adult. As a kid, I'd sleepwalk into my parents' room to sleep at the foot of their bed. On multiple occasions, I also slept, walked, and fell down sets of stairs at home, and didn't know I'd gotten out of bed before falling. As an adult, it isn't uncommon for me to sleepwalk to the kitchen for a bottle of water, or to the bathroom, both of which have been reported to me by my grandmother, and before we moved to different states, my sisters as well. I believe I got this from my dad, who at his current age of 60 also still sleepwalks, and would sleepwalk as a kid. As a kid, I didn't really associate this with anything paranormal, just a normal growing kid who had a habit of getting out of bed, without knowing it, and doing things. Not weird. As an adult, it changed a little bit. I stopped falling downstairs for the most part, give or take a few occasions. Most occasions when I fell down sets of stairs sleepwalking, it felt like I did when I was a kid. As far as I knew, I was asleep in my nice warm bed, and then I was actually throwing myself down a set of stairs. Never ended up injured, minus a bruise or two, but nothing noteworthy. The change happened with times I almost fell down the stairs. I've been walking from my room, which was down a hallway and around the corner from the stairs, when I felt a hand on my shoulder waking me up and keeping me up from continuing. I would look around me to see who in my family had woken me up to find me sleepwalking and kept me from falling down the stairs, and always found no one. My sisters were always in their rooms, which were near mine, and my mom was still asleep in the master bedroom, which is near the stairs. My dad usually worked night shifts and was usually at work when these incidents happened. I'd like to think that these hands were just part of whatever dream I'd been having before waking up, that my mind added them in to make sense of why I was near the top of the stairs and was waking up there. I was fully awake when I started looking around for who had grabbed me, and I'd still felt the hand there on my shoulder stopping me. I can't seem to make sense of what would have grabbed me and stopped me from falling if there was no person in the room. Is there any chance that on these occasions, a spirit could have known I was going to fall, and that it needed to stop me those nights because it knew it was going to be another one of the occasions when I couldn't navigate the stairs? For about 5 years, I worked in a grocery store chain that has a few 24-hour stores and most often took the swing shifts, 3:30 to midnight. Because it was the easiest way to keep my schedule consistent, and I always got 40 hours despite being one of the store's part-time employees. The job was around 10 miles from Denver International Airport, which has a conspiracy theory that it was built on Native American burial grounds. I'd lived in that general area since I was around 4, and lived in 2 homes that had been haunted. So I didn't have much doubt that the store I worked in could be haunted, as it was so close to home and so close to DIA. One night while I was there, I had to stay until around 3 a.m. because our overnight cashier was going to be running late for a reason management couldn't specify. This particular lady had been sick off and the entire time I'd worked there, and made regular trips to the ER for one illness or another, so I didn't really think about having to stay. At about 12:15, all of the receipt printers made a lot of noise, which isn't uncommon for that late at night, since 12:15 is what the computers consider the end of the business day, when it's open all the time. We had an armed security guard who was a military vet, and was one of those old-fashioned walk a lady out of her car at the end of a ship types, which I loved. I always made a point to stand about 10 feet from the security door when I left, since not walking me out was something he wasn't going to allow to happen. He also heavily monitored the cameras in the store, which was in a bad neighborhood with a high crime rate, to make sure he wasn't missing anyone nefarious. Since he and almost all other security we had in the store was armed with a visible handgun, I was never really worried about anything happening. At about 2 a.m., the store usually completely died out, with the exception of a few night crew stalkers. Whoever the cashier was on duty, and if you were having a really good night, one customer who worked nights that shop late to keep their sleep schedule. I was boredly staring back and forth between a candy rack in front of me and one of the night crew guys who I thought was kind of cute, when I watched a cardboard display of gum move a little. This being Colorado on a clear night with no wind, no earthquakes, and nothing anywhere near it to topple the display, I zoned in on it. I stared at this display for I don't know how long, trying to see if the stokers moving boxes around in the aisles nearby were messing with weak legs of the display. But there was no movement from the display, no matter how hard any of the boxes hit the floor. I've had ADHD since I was a kid, and I'm often moving or shifting around, and it's really uncommon for me to not be doing any kind of repetitive movement to help me stay entertained. Since I was so busy intently watching the display to see if it was going to move again, I hadn't thought to shuffle like everything was normal, in case a security guard was watching the tills in front of me, which he turned out to be. This particular guard had worked with me for at least 2 hours a night, for around 3 years at this point, and was very aware of what normal behaviour for me. I hadn't heard the security door click behind me or heard him walk up because of my hyperfocus, and he asked if everything was okay. I said yes, and didn't mention the display moving, since he was notably afraid of the paranormal, and didn't mention the display. Do you think the burial grounds being so close to the store would have made one of them want to be noticed? I live in what I'm guessing is an older home at the moment. I'm guessing because I rent and the landlords are in their early 80s. The house was also built before central heating and AC was a thing, so the house doesn't have either one of those or air vents anywhere in the house. The windows are also all single pane windows without a whole lot of sound to block them. I currently live with my grandma, who's 82 and in pretty good health. Other than using a walker to help get around, there's nothing else really wrong. The walker is also really loud. I often know when she's walking up the hallway from the bedrooms in the back of the house, because I can hear the walker creaking as she walks up in the hallway. For the past week or so, I've been getting up at around 9 a.m. to study the menu of a restaurant I just started working in, since I have to have it memorized ASAP, and I've noticed a strange sound that sounds a lot like breathing coming from the hallway. At first I figured it was something outside, but I made sure I looked out of the window to see if I could pinpoint something outside that was going on. I've also gotten up from the couch while I'm hearing the sound to see if I'm hearing my grandma walking around with the walker, only to find she's not in the bathroom and is still sleeping in her bed. Her dog is also often sleeping on the bed with her. I'm really struggling to find a non-paranormal explanation for this, despite the fact that part of me wants one. I've lived in this house around 2 years now, and nothing has been renovated in the time I've lived here, though at some point before that, a bathroom was added. No other renovation has occurred to the house since then, making this breathing sound even weirder. Despite the change in my sleep schedule, I haven't been tired and I've had more than enough time to adjust, yet I'm still hearing it. Any ideas would be appreciated. I have a friend who had something weird happen health-wise recently. A few months ago, she started having a few issues. Her blood sugar was too high and her kidney function was way too low. This friend drinks anywhere between 12 and 20 sodas daily and is informed by both friends and her doctor that she needed to seriously cut back on the soda. She sees her primary care doctor around once a month or so they can monitor some degeneration of the discs in her back. So they know when to fuse more of them surgically and to keep track of how the gnarly painkillers she takes affect her health. Fast forward to about a week ago. She's wandering around the home she shares with her parents and her child when she basically gets extremely violent and incoherent. Her parents dial 911. She gets taken to the closest ER, which is a town or two over, and they found out she needs to be put on heart medication for life and needs a heart monitor as well. Neither her or her doctor, who she'd just seen days before this incident, had any reason to believe there was anything wrong with her heart before this point. She's noticed some signs of haunting in this home her entire life. I've been hearing about them for the 8 or so years I've known her. Most of the stories I've heard have involved toys without batteries, wiring, or any ability to move on their own, moving across the room. Her daughter also has one of those toy lawnmowers with plastic balls on the top that make noise when the kid pushes it, which has now made noise a few times when her daughter is very noticeably at her ex-husband's for the weekend. She lives in Minnesota, which doesn't have earthquakes, and these incidents always seem to take place outside of tornado season. As a teenager, she remembers seeing a black shadow behind her in the mirror as she brushed her teeth. She'd turn around and the shadow would be gone, and she wouldn't see them again for at least the rest of the day. She seems attached to the idea that, despite not seeing things for more than 10 years and never being able to look directly at them, that they might be linked to her heart problems. Is there any way that they could be linked? The biggest story involves local Native Americans and a local settlement. Like many places in early America, a war ended up happening, and the Native Americans in the area got massacred. To this day, you can hear the war drums from the tribe playing as they approach. There was also a car crash rumored to have happened. Several teens were in a car out there and driving at high speed, as teenagers do. There was a single survivor left, disabled. My experiences. It started in 2006 in a way most of us that make it out there do. I had a friend who knew how to get there, and I had a car. We waited until it was dark and we headed out. As someone who's always been a little sensitive, the place was like a gut punch. I had to work to get out the car and work harder to get off of the road. We explored the area, and I took pictures that had lots of floating dirt in them, but no evidence. This is the only time I've heard the drums play. They were always distant, and we could never nail down a direction. It was always changing. On the way back, something else happened. We had something that was clearly a border collie run into the road. When I got out to check for it, since we'd obviously hit it, there was no dog. My friend claimed to have spoken to the property owner, and they had lost a collie that way years before. I probably went once every year or two after that. Same gut punch every time. While I never heard the drums or the dog came back up, I had other experiences. It was a 90-degree night, I was one turn away, and my windshield fogged so severely I couldn't see through it. A car with one headlight chased me out of the area every time. I constantly felt looked at and followed. It never felt like I was welcome there. I stopped going when I left the state and still feel called back sometimes. Most times, I'm glad I'm so far away. I'd like to preclude the story with the fact that my family, on both sides, has mental health issues. Bipolar disorder is heavily on my mother's side, and the schizophrenia that an uncle had until its passing in 2011. I've never seen a professional and can't confirm this wasn't a blip based on family history. Now, onto the story. I lived in a large 2-story house in Denver with a lot of large windows and 3 sliding doors. I remember my parents complaining that a house with nearly 30 windows should come with 3 curtains because of how high the bill ended up being. If the sun was up like it was on this day, it was bright in the house. The smallest windows were in our bathrooms, and they were still large enough that your average adult could still use them to escape the house. It should also be noted that the youngest person living in the house was 17, and while one of my parents' friends had a young child, he was 3. One morning in the middle of the summer, I was in the ground floor bathroom brushing my teeth around 11 a.m. This was a day so sunny, even the view of the golf course I was on was bright enough to blind you. Eventually, spit into the sink in front of me and looked over my shoulder in the mirror because I felt like I was being watched. What I spotted was a young boy around 9 standing behind me in clothing that appeared to be from around 1905. I immediately whipped around, assuming my home had either been broken into or this kid knew my immediate neighbours and had come for help when they wouldn't put their guns away but found no one. I wandered the entire house to make sure there was no child, and there wasn't. I still can't explain why I saw this apparition. About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in a movie theatres in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favourite was the huge old building that had been chopped into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theatre back when it was built in 1926 as the Poly Palace. Although it had been semi-destroyed during the modernisation in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I had been using a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building, and I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in front of the building on the second floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio, and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s, faded wallpaper with ballerina motif, a peeling mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was the old manager's offices with high ceilings and crown moulding and a beautiful stained glass window that I believe dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theatre. There was still an old safe in the office. I found the newspaper article in the public library from 1942 or 44 that detailed an armed robbery, when 2 men had tied up the managers in the office and robbed the safe. We used the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn. There was a sort of crawl space under the box office that was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel and climbing over a 4-foot wall. On the other side were the remains of a couple of basement rooms with broken concrete and bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition. I kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards in a handmade leather pouch with a snapped closure fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There were also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. As you can surmise, the building was purported to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences. I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into the manager's office. One night, while closing up, the manager made his way up the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ornate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. It disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in an area of the lobby, and they were normally powered off when the last shows were in. As he climbed the stairs, he heard all of the machines making their electronic bleeps and bloops. He was annoyed that the usher had failed to turn off the machines before punching out, and realised that he'd have to go turn them off himself. As soon as he opened the door, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night in the big theatre upstairs, while shutting things down, and saw a face looking in at him. I take these stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources. Here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building and would research newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumours that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theatre. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she in turn happened to discuss it with a woman that she worked with. That woman claimed to be a psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe just that she would get feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to that theatre, and that she felt that someone had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure. She sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was doing paperwork. The intercom buzzed. It was the box office cashier calling to tell me that I had a phone call. I asked who it was, and she said that she didn't know. I hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming line, where the call was being held. The earpiece erupted with loud, close squealing and static. I used the word close because it was so loud and distinct that I assumed that it was something wrong with the telephone PBX in our building, rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression that I had. Hello? I said. Nothing. Just more squealing and static. Hello? I repeated. Hello, a man's voice said, calm, flat, distinct. Then nothing further. Who is this? I was a bit perplexed. All of the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak. This is Mike. Calm, quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line. Quiet, audible and clear. Then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he called me. Presumably there was a reason. Nothing. Mike who? I said, feeling a little impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mikes employed there at the time. One of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller, and it didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead. Silent. The squealing and hissing stopped. I waited. No one called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and asked if they had asked for me personally or just to speak to the manager. She said that the caller had asked for me by name. Suddenly, I remembered my mother's friend. A man's name begins with the letter M. Mike. It never happened again, and the phone never made those noises. No one ever confessed to a prank. I never figured out who it was. More than 20 years ago, my then wife and I took a trip to Savannah. We stayed in a bed and breakfast that consisted of 2 large townhouses separated by a beautiful lush garden. The innkeeper told us stories of strange happenings that occurred in the building. Of course, just about every bed and breakfast is haunted, as that tends to increase the appeal with the kind of person who likes to stay there. The inn was built in the 19th century and sits in the beautiful historic district close to Forsyth Park. Savannah is supposedly a very haunted city, with ghost tours and stories galore. If you spend time there among the old houses and moss-draped trees, it's easy to start feeling ghosts. The inn is beautiful, and thinking back, it might have been the second time we stayed there. It's my favourite place in Savannah, and was always a wonderful experience. The staff were very friendly and professional. I don't necessarily enjoy chatting with other guests, but I do like to talk to the staff. The room we were staying in had a little balcony overlooking the street. We went out there after dinner, and within 30 seconds, a very large flying beetle smacked right into my forehead. Okay, time to get inside. We didn't experience anything ghostly or unusual at all that evening. But the next morning, the bathroom had a nice clawfoot tub with a shower curtain around it. I was showering the next morning in the tub, and when I stepped out, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, and my heart almost leapt out of my chest. The mirror over the bathroom sink was covered with a light coating of condensation, but I could still see my face clearly reflected. The odd thing was that my eyes appeared almost completely black. The effect was, for lack of a better word, demonic. It was my face, but the eyes were downright terrifying. When I overcame my initial shock, I took a closer look in the mirror. I figured out that although the features of my face were reflected accurately, for some reason, the pupils of my eyes were highly magnified, so that in the reflection, they appeared to fill the entire diameter of each eye. The effect was really frightening. I examined my reflection trying to determine why this was happening, but I couldn't. I didn't, and still don't understand how this worked. I'd never seen it before, and it's never happened again. I called my wife in to show her and observed the same thing happening with her eyes. I guess this might not be a real ghost story, but it was really strange and inexplicable. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like that? April 25th, 2016. I'm working as a waitress at this little dying Irish pub and restaurant in Poughkeepsie, New York. I had the morning brunch and lunch opening shift and had finished my side work. It was usually so dead, there wasn't much of anything to do except stare at my phone or do schoolwork. I was standing at the waitress station with my back to the kitchen door. I was messaging and Snapchatting. We weren't quite open yet, when I heard the doors of the dining room open and the floor creak from across the room. I was in the middle of taking a selfie and had looked up to see who was coming in. When I looked up, there was no one. Stared, I went through the dining room doors, through the corridor to the bar room. I asked the bartender if anyone had just come in. She said no one had been in yet, likely because we weren't open for another few minutes. When I went back to my phone, I saw the photo I had just taken. In the window of the door to the kitchen, I saw a figure who must have been watching me playing on my phone. I went into the kitchen to ask the cook if someone was back there who matched the description of the figure in the photo. He said it had just been him back there. My guess is the window is about 5'7", because I'm 5'4", and I had to stand on my tiptoes to look through it. Nobody in the building matched that figure's physical form. The only two people in the building, aside from myself, was the female bartender with big puffy shoulder-length hair, standing about my height. The other was the Puerto Rican cook, who was shorter than me. After the initial shock, I wasn't too bothered. I constantly worked late shift by myself and frequently heard whispers, creaking floors, bumps, and knocks without explanation. About 2 nights ago, I was with my girlfriend and her sister in their backyard, smoking a few joints in my car. We often smoke, so just a few is really nothing. Around 8 p.m, her sister went inside. We live in New York, the Bronx to be exact, so the sun was setting around 7 p.m. and completely dark by 8 p.m. So now, it was just me and my girl chilling and rolling up, and we're talking, getting rowdy and then laughing. Nothing out of the ordinary. In her backyard, there's parking for about 4 cars, but they were all out, and I was parked closest to a neighbour's fence, on the right, facing the road, so I can see all the way down the driveway, and directly behind me is a mesh fence that you can clearly see through. Through that fence is a church. Over on my right is her neighbour's yard and a garden that you can see in. I'm saying all this to let you know, I had a great view of her entire yard from the front to the back, and the sides, so I could have seen anyone or anything coming easily. Well, while we're talking, out of nowhere, we both hear a whistle. About 2 seconds long, loud and clear. It immediately freaked us both out so much that she ended up from the passenger seat onto my lap, but I was able to keep my composure and calm her down and get her to go back to her seat. This took about 3 minutes, and we were talking about it, trying to find a logical explanation for what just happened. While we were doing this, and basically calling anything paranormal not real, and dismissing it as a cat or squirrel, or even my car, it happened again, directly in my girlfriend's ear, loud and clear. I even heard it coming from her ear area. It was as if it was ensuring us it could hear whistling out of nowhere and disagree. My radio was off, and my AC, as it was a little chilly, and the windows closed tight, but it was as if the whistle was right next to her in the car. We stayed for another 20 minutes and decided she was too uncomfortable to stay there. She says weird things always happen in her house. I never really take it seriously, and I let her know that I don't believe in stuff like that. This time, though, I experienced it, and I looked and tried to think of everything to explain it, but I can't, which brings me here. Anyone knows what this could mean or be? I'm more scientific than religious, so I just want an explanation, but this is a tough one.
Sunlight travels millions of miles across space, but only penetrates the upper layer of the sea. To swim straight down is to reach further than the stars. At 12 years old, there was no greater thrill than flirting with the abyss. Welcome to Candor Lake. The blistered red sign disappeared as Mom spun the steering wheel and set us down the rocky path. Trees squeezed in around both sides of the road. Overhead, their interlocking canopies blotted out the sun, until the car cleared the entrance and rumbled across the parking lot. Anticipation wriggled around in my gut. I stretched the strap of my red goggles and secured them over my eyes. Cole! I'd unbuckled my seatbelt and flung open the door before Mom had a chance to park. I raced across the cracked asphalt and picked my way through the tall grass, eyes peeled for geese droppings. Soon, the hill sloped down and gave way to the shore of Candor Lake. Mom trudged through the grass with her work bag. Shit, she said, staring down at the bottom of her sandal. I mean, crap. You're supposed to wait for the car to stop. Sorry. The blue-green water rippled and sparkled. I'm sorry, Mom. She collapsed down onto the seat of a picnic table, its wooden skin tattooed with slurs and signatures. Go ahead, Cole, Mom sighed, waving me away. She reached into her work bag and set her laptop on the table. Have some fun. The surface of the lake was flush with summer, with lily pads and clumps of moss and stray leaves from the surrounding forest. Winding trees stooped around the far edge, reaching for the water with scraggly branches. A rope swing hung from a grand oak, twisting like a snake in the wind. With each step, the grainy sand shifted beneath my weight, trickling down the slope, until the line where the water's touch met ground, and all was turned to mush. Brown, mucky, sand stuck to the soles of my feet as I waded into the icy water. Slowly, allowing each inch of my body to acclimate to the chill, some inches were worse than others. The silhouettes danced beneath. I waited for the daring fish to approach my legs, then stopped. The shadows raced away through the cloud of dust. The too tight goggles bore into my skin, juicing my brain like a lemon. I walked until my toes could just barely reach, until the water lapped at my chin like my dog. It wasn't long before Mom began to snore. I watched her, head slumped down against a keyboard. I watched the rope swing dance. I watched the empty lifeguard chairs, and then I turned away from the shore and swam. Scything my arms through the water and splashing with my feet, I swam until the far edge of the forest didn't seem that far. Its tree line towering from above. I swam until Mom's snoring became a distant echo, and quiet settled in the air. I swam until I reached the center of the lake, totally engulfed by its shimmering body. I lined myself upright and treaded in the water, bobbing up and down. Sunlight poured down from the sky, and reflecting in the water as a glimmering X, marking my treasure. I dug my fingers under the strap and untangled my hair from the goggles. Its bright plastic red and my fair tan skin were the only flashes of colour in that vast cold. I dangled the goggles from my finger, edged them until the strap clung to the last inch of my tip, and then I tilted down and let the goggles sink into the darkness. 1, 2, 3, I counted, and ducked my head under the water. My eyes stung as they adjusted to the grey-green world. The goggles sank in slow motion, red-rimmed lenses filled with water. It bore down past my knees, and I caught it with my foot. Success. Again, I dropped the goggles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I plugged my nose with my fingers and plunged down. The monochrome landscape reminded me of the barren moon, of empty, starless space. As I descended, the chill grew sharper. It climbed up my body and through my skin, delving deep into my bones and freezing my marrow. My reserve of oxygen had begun to run thin when I discerned the goggles from the encroaching shadow. I reached and hooked my fingers around the strap, gripping it tight as I turned up to the surface and rose towards the light. I repeated the ritual once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The goggles grew smaller as the seconds ticked by. My stomach churned and my lungs filled with helium. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I took a deep, deep breath and dove head first, blowing out through my nose. I pushed with the downward current, which seemed to hold me in embrace. We fell together, gravity and I, our limbs entangled, skin against skin. My lungs began to squeeze tight, and the pressure crept into my ears. And still, I swam deeper, deeper, through the cold which sliced at me, which by all means should have been ice. And at the last edge of the light, I glimpsed a flash of bright red. I made my final push, the pressure all around me, all of my organs scrunching inwards, gliding down with my arms stretched out, to save the goggles before they became indistinguishable from the darkness. The goggles landed. On the lake floor, I presume. The lake floor shifted. Not sand, but skin. Pale and wrinkly and sloughing off the boy's bloated body. His bulging stomach. His inflated hands and peeling fingers. His fat, hot dog lips, purple and red and glued together. He hung in the water, half submerged in the darkness. Black infection ran through his veins. The last kiss of starlight made him glow like a ghost, like an angel. I reached out for my goggles. I reached out for him. The drowned boy opened his waterlogged eyes. A warbled scream escaped from his fish lips. Cold! I gagged. Water thrusted in through my mouth into my lungs. The boy writhed and spasmed in slow motion, grasping out for me with his torn fingers. Cold! I choked on lake filth. I sank, closer to the boy in his wall of shadow. Cold, cold! I felt his sagging skin brush against mine, and his blubbery fingers work their way around my ankle. I felt his heaviness, dragging me down. I kicked and thrashed, and he wouldn't let me go. Cold, he pleaded. He begged. I dug my fingers under his and kicked into his ballooning gut. The boy fell away, swallowed whole by the abyss. I watched as the darkness crept up his outstretched hand, reaching for the warmth of my skin. I swam up and up and up, towards the distant glimmer of the sun, up and up and up, through the dead frozen water, up and up and up, against the pull of the darkness, until finally I burst into the open air, hacking the poison out of my lungs. Gasping, retching, I paddled furiously to stay afloat. Mom! Mom! She didn't stir, slumped forward at the bench in the grass, a miniature, powerless from this distance. All around, the water trembled and whirled about me. My unheard screams skipped across the surface and echoed, echoed, echoed. I lay atop the white comforter of my hotel bed, a man grown. My arms and legs dangle over the edge of the mattress. TV chatter blurs into the background, and my eyes grow numb from the screen's artificial glow. I turn to my side and watch the city through the doubly thick window. A flight of dark clouds rolls in from the coast. The storm sheds its weight in heavy downpour, battering the window with rain, thud, thud, thud. the droplets smearing themselves across the glass. The empty streets and dark storefront signs and skyscrapers are reduced to streaky blur. I can still hear his voice calling to me, rising from the deep, drifting into my ears. I roll off the bed and yank the cord, shuttering out the evening grey. As I circle the bed and click on the overhead light, my phone starts to rumble on the dresser. I reach for it, flip it up. Mom. Cole? Her voice is muffled by the storm. Hey, Mom, is everything okay? Yes, everything's... Hey! Dog yips in the background. My fingers curl up and squeeze the softness out of my pillow. I think Tucker misses you, she says. Make sure to give him a hug for me. Will do. So, how's Boston? How's work? Wet. The last conference was today, and I'll be heading back home on Monday. I still have the weekend to muck about, I guess. I lay the pillow at the head of the bed. Why did you call? You remember Candle Lake, right? We went all the time when you were younger. Cold air creeps in through the window and pulls about my ankles. Mom, tell me. The town just called. They're dozing down the forest and filling in the lake. That's... I trail off. Let the sound of the downpour trickle into the empty air. Why? Advancements of public works and community safety, she says, in a mechanical tone. I don't know. I'm sorry, Cole. This must be hard. I still remember when they shut down my favourite bar. No, Mom, that's wonderful. I imagine the trucks backing across the stone parking lot, up the grassy hill and down to the shore, pouring dirt and rubble into the water, suffocating all of the bad memories beneath 1,000 tons of waste. Wonderful. Thanks. I'll talk to you soon. What? Cole? I hang up the phone and throw it down onto the mattress. It bounces and skips across the room, cracking against the plaster wall. I run to the window and undo the shutters, pressing my palms against the chilled glass. I think of all the beach days and the pool parties I've had to skip. There were times where I couldn't even shower, haunted by that boy and his peeling green skin, as if his hand never let go, as if I've been chained to Candle Lake all these years. Relief washes over as the rain clears out Boston's streets. It's over. His body will turn to sediment under the weight of the next generation, all of its love and ambition. Mom's right. I used to swim all the time. I loved it. I slip into my shoes and race down the carpeted hotel hallway. Darkness peers in through the tall windows of the hotel lobby. A scrawny man sits under the front door awning, taking shelter from the rain. Inside, the room is crowded with white couches and reclining chairs, which sit empty under the wall-mounted television sets, running cartoons, filling the lobby with exaggerated voices in bright colours. Hello? A broad-shouldered woman sits behind a computer at the front desk. A mop of dark hair hides her face like a veil. Excuse me. She's surrounded by shelves stocked with candy bars and chip bags. Assorted wrappers lay strewn about her desk in lieu of a bell. I knock at the wood. The woman looks up and unplugs one of her earbuds. Hi, she says. You want something? Can you tell me where the pool is? I check the name tag, pinned to her grey uniform. Aubrey? I think she's older than me, but it might just be the bags pressed under her eyes. She blinks. Ah, Aubrey points through the wall. Down this hallway, take the first left, through the gym, and you'll need your keycard to swipe in. Aubrey leans forward and looks at me over. You going to swim in jeans? I step back. Ah, no. Well, you can't swim in nothing. Aubrey rattles her crimson-painted nails against the desk. Adult swim or not, I'm not swimming. Not tonight. Aubrey stares at me, her lips cemented in a straight line, just testing the waters. Right, Aubrey says, stifling a laugh. Let me know how it goes. She plugs her earbuds back in and clicks around on the computer. I shake my head and start down the hallway. My shoes squeak against the spotted rubber floor of the gymnasium. Past the empty treadmills and the floorboard weights stands a frosted glass door. Pool. Open 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Adult swim, 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. No lifeguards, no diving. The handle beeps, flashing a green light as I swipe my card. A hand bubbles up from the depths of my brain, clawing its fingers through filmy grey matter. I tighten my grip on the handle and imagine myself sealing my mind's wrinkles with dirt and cement. A wall of sour sweet chlorine shoves its way through the open door. I shoulder through the smell, so old, so heavy, thick enough to gag on. Misty green floor tiles lead past the rough-hewn towels and down, where the pool lies in wait. A camera cranes its neck down from the corner of the ceiling, watching with a glassy stare. Artificial breeze rumbles in the overhead tubing. Rain-splattered windows line the walls. Through a row of unkept bushes, I spot the back-end parking lot. Street lamps stand watch over the sleeping cars. The room is empty. The pool and I are alone. The milky water is dead still, forever untouched. Through the chemical glare, I see the pool's floor, swirling patterns of white and blue tiles which run lengthwise across the room. A silver ladder emerges from the bottom and clings to the edge of the deep end, with a staircase in the opposite corner that leads down into the shallow water. All is warped in the pool's reflection. The white bulb lights seem to sprout up from the tiles, glowing like alien planets. Midnight windows peer out into the darkness beneath the floor, an inverted world where the rain rushes up to the sky. I pull the back of my shoe's heel and unfill my socks. The pale sandy floor is rough beneath my feet. I walk in circles around the room, brushing my hands against the bristly wicker chairs, waiting for the windows to crack and the darkness to flood in. I graze the surface of the water with my foot. Cool, not cold. Circles grow out from the point of contact and spread to the far corners. When I pull back, hungry air clings to the wet skin. I lay on my chest, skin scraping against the grooves and edges of the floor. My fingers dance and swerve through the water, stirring up invisible chemical fumes that make my brain wobble. I hold my wrist under, quelling the flames and the smoke which fill the clustered veins. From there, calmness spreads throughout. As the water steadies itself, my reflection becomes coherent, becomes me. The next morning, I brave the damp Boston streets and purchase a pair of purple-pink swim trunks. They're too small, hiking up my legs whenever I walk, and the interior netting shakes painfully against my inner thighs. But I wear them all the same, sitting at the edge of my bed, listening to the intermittent dripping of the bathroom faucet. Come evening, I take the elevator down to the first floor and waddle through the lobby. Aubrey rests her elbows on the front desk, crunching into a bar of chocolate. Back for more? That's right. I pat down my legs, straightening out my bathing suit. I forgot to wear my name tag yesterday. I'm Cole. Hi, Cole. Aubrey rubs her knuckles under her baggy eyes. So, the water was up to your standards? It's a low bar. I haven't been swimming for years. Be careful then, Aubrey grins. My manager will make me clean up your body if you drown. I'll stick to the shadow end then. Start with some warm-up, Aubrey says, waggling me away with her painted fingers, and have fun. Down the hallway, through the gym. The pool room is silent but for the thrum of the air conditioner, the whir of the filter, like a diaphragm, pulling in, pushing out. I shove my shoes and socks under one of the chairs. The windows are smudged with drying tears. Though the rain has stopped, the empty clouds refuse to move on, leaving the sky a stark, starless desert. With my arms taut around the silver bars, I place my foot on the ladder's first step. There I stand, with my back to the water. The longer I wait, the warmer the water feels, like a hug around my ankles. I take another step, sinking down to my waist. Above, the air tussles and teases at my naked skin. But the pool is reinforced against the chill, is warm and is pulsing with summer heat. I take another step, reaching down with my foot, and then something frigid brushes against my ankle.
I clamber up the staircase, gasping and spraying water across the scratchy floor. Warmth trickles down my chest and drips down around me. It's nothing. It's over. I press my hand to my thumping heart. But it's not over. Even if Kanda Lake is hundreds of miles away, even if 10 years have passed, I'm still shivering, helpless 12-year-old. My fingernails dig into my chest. I lean over the edge of the pool. Beneath layers and layers of reflection lies a crumpled shadow. A slender, red-haired boy limp in the water. His hair hangs about his head like a cloud of fire. No older than I was that day. No less scared than I am now. No lifeguard. No diving. And I am no boy. My teeth lock against each other. I tilt my head up and the air seeps in through my nostrils. I shut my nose and through the tremors and the bubbling nausea, found the will to jump. The splash of my body hitting the water goes mute as I sink under. Quiet settles. My eyes inch open, braced against the sting of chlorine. As I glide towards the boy, his figure becomes more clear. His long eyelashes and his lips pursed in peaceful sleep. His skin is bone white and burns under the brilliant red of his hair. My feet land atop the glassy tiles. I squat down and shove my arms under the boy's back, with his fading warmth pressed close. I start for the ladder, hoisting the two of us up, rung by rung, against the drag of his dead weight. I take the boy's hand and squeeze it. Please be okay. We're going to be okay. He squeezes back with a wiry grip. Rays of light filter through the shifting surface of the water. At the final rung, I heave the two of us up, but my head cracks into something hard, and I nearly lose my grip on the ladder. The hell? Once I've steadied myself and feel secure against the wall, I reach up for the surface. I run my fingers along the cold ceiling, then press it with my palm. It shifts against my touch, ripples outwards, yet won't let me through. The pool is solid, like a curtain of glass, rolling and shifting. Fuck. I pound with my knuckle. The skin breaks. The water doesn't. The boy's fingers clamp around my wrist. Cole! I hear the warbled scream that has echoed in my nightmares for a decade. It rings clear in the water, and now I understand. Cole! The red-haired boy pulls with a strength beyond his slender arms. The tiled floor descends, giving way to a vast darkness. That abyss which has always called my name. Cole! A black vein shoots up and pierces the boy's back, and his limbs slowly inflate. His stomach bulges and dares to burst. His skin peels like chipping wallpaper and turns an asphyxiated purple. Cole! With his thick, wrinkled fingers, the infested corpse wrenches me from the ladder. My fingers edge slowly across the rung, closer, closer, until finally my grip is lost, and I'm careening down into the icy depths. Impossible. This space should be filled with dirt. This space cannot exist, and yet it swallows me all the same. I do as I did before, kick and thrash, but the darkness has learned how to keep hold of its prey. This, truly, is the greatest, most penetrating of thrills. The final pumping of your heart. The explosions in your ears which resonate through your skull. The abyss, which has lured you in and now closes its crushing weight around you. A pair of faded red goggles drifts down from above, filtering in with the cracked glasses, broken toys, and rusted jewellery which hang in the water. All of the treasures which slip from our fingers, which tempt us to swim downwards. Beneath them, from the bottom of this impossible space, rises a mountain of rot and decay. Young and old, man or woman, the water welcomes all. I wonder who this boy was before he drowned and became what I can only understand as bait. I know then that I'm just another body, another boy. No one has ever, can ever save me. I close my eyes. Claps of thunder sound from above. Clouds went empty after all. A shining sun burns through the reds of my eyelids. The boy's grip loosens. Splash. Fizzling bubbles. Something descending from above. A smooth hand with a strong grasp latches onto mine. Mom? I wrench my eyes open. Aubrey in a grey uniform. She swims up and I kick with her. We rise from the endless void toward the radiant glow of a white sun. One of the ceiling lights, half submerged. The boy's fleshy fingers squirm and try to wriggle free. I hold on. I will not let go. We'll dredge up the depths and finally face this monster. Aubrey lugs herself up the ladder, and then me, spluttering and gulping up the filtered air. I brace my feet against the base of the ladder and with the last of my strength, pull, fighting against the wriggling corpse as it races towards the darkness. Aubrey hooks her arms under my shoulders and we are one, wrenching the boy out of the water, the nightmare from my brain. His blubbery skin leaks out a viscous ink and tears across the jagged floor. The bloated corpse writhes about like a dying fish. With milky, waterlogged eyes, he watches Aubrey and I as we cough up our lungs and stand to our feet. It tries to copy us and collapses. Aubrey, I thought I was going to die. I look back to the light. The neck of the bulb dangles from a knotted cord of wire. How did you know? You thought I just listened to music and slept at my desk? Aubrey wipes her mouth, glances up to the camera. Thought I'd keep an eye on you. Not that I expected, well, whatever the hell that is. The rotting body spasms and rolls towards the water. I climb to my feet and kick into its swelling stomach, sending it sprawling against the wall. Cole, it murmurs through its puffy lips. On land, it isn't so much terrifying as pathetic. What's the takeaway here? Aubrey asks, waving away the putrid stench. Don't save drowning kids? I don't know, but it knows my name. And it's not just this boy, it's all of that darkness waiting down there. Well, Aubrey claps her hands together, this is evidently beyond our understanding, so let's beat this thing to a pulp and call it a day. That instant, the wire gives. Sparks shower from the thread as the light crashes down into the water. I jump back, pulling Aubrey to the far wall. The pool sizzles and snaps, and to our left, the boy's stomach bursts. Inky blackness sprays out and splatters the wall. His skin sizzles into the empty air, leaving only a wretched stain. They don't pay me enough to clean this shit. Aubrey flicks the lights off and shines her phone in the dark room. We walk to the pool's edge and stare down at the blue-white tiles and the dead, sunken bulb. The abyss has receded. Aubrey shoves me into the water. Hey! And then she jumps in after me, splashing me in the face. I splash back. She hoists me up in her arms and we spin around the pool, tracing the edge until the current moves with us. What if it comes back? We'll just drag it out again. We swim together in the darkness. For the first time in 10 years, I feel truly, wholeheartedly safe. My chickens huddle around the coop door, crying to be let free. I undo the lock, twist the bar upright, and swing the door open. They squawk as they shove their way through, racing off to hunt for worms and bathe in the dirt. Except for Rosanna, who lays nestled against the corner. I step inside and reach down, running my hand along her smooth, golden bronze feathers. She's a Rhode Island Red and sits here every morning, waiting for the sun to escape from the swamp's dense canopy. Through the prickly bush which rustles at the yard's edge, and down a steep decline, lays the swamp. A vast expanse of pitch-black mud. Tall, spindly trees emerge from the bog and blot out the light with their swaying leaves. I watch with her as the first sliver of sun breaches the tree line. Warmth washes through the yard, reaching Rosanna's corner first, as always. Later, the chickens bustle about, foraging in the grass. I lean back in my lawn chair, skimming through a crappy horror book. trying to ignore the hunger as it wells up in my chest, weaving dirty fingers between my own. Damn it. I fumble in my pocket for the pack of cigs and my mom's lighter. Its surface is scratchy and the silver has worn from use. I stole it from her when she wouldn't stop smoking around my younger sisters. They're my children, Hannah, she said. You'll be having yours soon enough. I don't. Have never wanted kids. And I certainly wouldn't have more if I couldn't be bothered to love the first. As the cigarette fills my lungs with a crude warmth, Rosanna pecks at the dirt. Score! A fat worm wriggles in her beak. But before she can scarf it down, two of the others scope out a catch. Rosanna dashes away with her prey, her sisters hot on her tail. They disappear around the back of the house, cuckling. It's not what you wanted from me, Mom. I know. On the day I left, she blocked the front door. Pressing her back against it, slender arms braced against the frame as if to keep the outside out. I understand. You need space. You want to explore. But don't waste time. Don't wait to find a man. Raise a family. And when you do, you'll come back to us, she said in that harsh, demanding voice. You have to. I'd like to say that I bit back with all of the scathing words I'd rehearsed in my head, but my tongue caught in my mouth. I turned around and took the back door, tracking my shoes on the carpet. A harsh cough scrapes up and out of my throat. I lay my paperback on the grass, walk to the curb, and spit. Crushing the cigarette against the street with my heel. Pocket the stub, then back up the grass and down into my chair. I hate cigarettes. Hate my mom for infecting me with this yearning. Sadly, a barred Plymouth Rock twists her head and starts to peck at the cover of my paperback. Not nice, I say, scooping her up in my arms. She clucks as I smooth down her black-white feathers. Soon, she nestles up against my stomach and closes her eyes. We sat together for a long while, holding each other until the blurb on the novel's cover becomes indiscernible by the light of the sinking sun. Like the dreadful blare of an alarm, a chicken's cry is picked up by the wind, incinerating the evening calm. Sally jumps awake, clawing through the fabrics of my shirt as more voices join together in the shrieking. I wince and shove to my feet, clutching her tight against my chest. No time to get the gun. We sprint towards the backyard as bubbles of dread expand in my chest. But the backyard is free of blood and strewn feathers. The chickens flail about, running in circles around the dark oak coop. Except for Raven, a black bantam. She stands guard, watching the swamp and its trees with endlessly knock-knock against each other. Who's there? Raven's black coat glistens like obsidian in the dusk. With Sally in one arm, I undo the lock and swing open the coop door. She drops from my grip and flaps her wing, landing inside. The others rush in after her. I count them as they file in. One by one, they silence their cries and fill their gullets with feed. My heart slows as the pressure in my chest deflates. Raven, though, she won't budge from a watch, won't stop calling out to the swamp. Did you scare the others? I kneel down next to her, scratching her head with my finger. Prickly bushes creep out from the swamp, reaching their thorny branches across the no-build line. A few feet away stands the coop, which hides in the shadow of my house. Its wooden frame is encased with wire and roofed with blue sheet metal. A slanted staircase leads up from the dirt floor to a wooden nest. Raven wrestles against me as I pick her up and drop her inside with the others. I make a final count for the night. Tilly and Tori, Daisy and Sally, Raven and Gracie and Goldie, and Roxanne. Again, the numbers tick up in my head. Someone's missing. Rosanna. But not soon after that thought does Gracie's crying stop. She watches through the wire as with a slow, self-assured trot comes Rosanna, picking her way through the thorns, her talons black, mud leaking from her beak. I stare down at Rosanna as she slides past my legs and into the coop. Until now, the girls have steered clear of the swamp.
and always I sit with them in the yard, ready to throw myself at any fox who dares step foot past the brush. But I can't protect Rosanna, any of them if they disappear under the thorns and out of sight. Rosanna ignores the feeder and climbs up the runway. Not hungry today? She disappears through the small square door. Apparently not. Rosanna leaps up to her perch with a thud. I hear her rustling feathers as she settles for the night. I grimace as I remember stomping up the stairs to my room and locking myself away. I tuck my paperback under my arm, pack away my chair in the shed, and make a final pass by the coop for the night. My heel sinks into something soft. A chicken mess. Down at my feet is a pile of dirt and the hole from which it was dug, pressed against the wall of the coop. Someone's been busy. Trying to bore her in. My throat squeezes tight. I kick the dirt back into place and stomp the earth. The swamp shuffles and creaks and rustles. Fat flies buzz around my ears and tease at my nape, daring to land. I think it's time to build a fence. Later, I lay secure beneath the weight of my thick blankets, legs curled in and arms wrapped around my knees. I let my eyes flutter shut. Darkness takes shape. Something emerges from the swamp. A woman, veiled with syrupy dripping mud, clawing her way through the thorns. She skulks up against the coop, reaching long, dirty fingernails through the wire. I shrug the covers free and rush to the window, shoving it open. Warm air leaks out into the silent night. Silent, but for the whistle of the swamp, which waggles its bony fingers. All is black and convulsing in the shadows. I retrieve the shotgun and a box of extra shells from under the bed, laying the barrel against the wall and the ammo beside it. I don't sleep. I listen. Morning comes, eventually. Sunlight is shuttered by the overlapping tree line. My head is thrumming and my stomach gurgles. Time for breakfast. Freshly laid eggs if I'm lucky. I slip on my boots and slide out the front door. The chickens are already up and pecking at the feeder, except for Rosanna. But she's always first, much to the chagrin of the smaller sisters. Today, the bantams need not struggle against the others for a place at the table. I prop open the side flap to the nesting box. Rosanna is crushed against the corner of a stall, head tucked under her wing. I reach my hand in, smoothing out her ruffled feathers, then nudging her out of the way. She whines and snaps her beak into the flesh of my fingers as I push her away from the egg. An egg which should be caramel brown and not a dark crimson. It's soft. The eggshell gives in under the pressure of my fingers. It's sticky, and it pulses with heat. I wipe the shell out with my sleeve, but the colour sticks. Rosanna shrieks and stabs her talons into my fingers, drawing pinpricks of blood. This is a sparse town, and the nearest veterinarian lives more than 2 hours away. I pace in the yard as I make an appointment for tomorrow. But why? Rosanna's young and strong. My watery eyes are drawn to the burning morning light which bleeds through the canopy. Worry sizzles and snaps in my brain as I turn the stove up. With 2 quick creaks, I empty fresh eggs against the pan. Yellow goodness drips down the curve and starts to simmer on the steel. My eyes are drawn to the brilliant shimmer of the crimson egg. I don't own a rooster, so the egg can't be, occupied. But it hums with life. Something about its bloody colour and the way its surface moulds to your touch. I take its softness and whack it against the pan's edge. Nothing. I dig my fingers into its membrane-like shell and tear it apart. Curiosity turns sour as the dirty brown gunk leaks from the egg and splats into the pan. Its putrid stink forces its way up my nose and down my throat. My hand seals my mouth in an attempt to keep down last night's dinner. The yellow eggs lose their colour as they melt together with the brown into a thick, muddy mass. As the black pan gains heat,
Bubbles pop up from the amalgamated goo. It warbles and shrinks, creeping inwards until it's nothing but steam and a lingering sense of nausea. The pan is empty. It cooks nothing. I stood there for a long time. And then I get my chair. I sit against the coop, calling out to Rosanna. She refuses to leave her nesting box and responds to me with a high-pitched chicken cry, laying egg after egg. By evening, she rests atop a pile of 4 crimson eggs. She won't even jump and perch with the others. It's going to be okay, I say, scratching her head. We'll get you checked up tomorrow. I leave her with a kiss and lock up the coop, wiping my eyes with my sleeve. Darkness sets in, rolling up from the swamp. I take a cigarette from my pocket and set it alive with Mom's lighter. Something's hurting Rosanna on the inside, and it isn't something she can understand. That's the worst of it. An animal can't make sense of their suffering, can only cower and cry. The smoke rises and joins with the clouds overhead, blotting out the sky. I lay in bed, sweating profusely, still wearing my jeans. Though the window is open, my blankets still cling to my damp skin. I listen for so long that I start to hear murmured words in the trees, in the frigid gusts of wind that blow in through the curtains. Consciousness wavers in and out. Then, something shifts, from one bed to another. I find myself in the dreamy etching of my old room, posters tearing along the edges, desks strewn with books and pencils. She raps at the door with those long, unkept fingers. "Hannah!" she screams, and suddenly she's inside at the edge of my bed. Mom, stinking of alcohol and vomit and sweat and sex. And she leans over, smothering me with an embrace. "You need to make more, Hannah." Her words slur in a balanced phrase. Make more." I try to wriggle free, but she pins me to the mattress with her long arms, poisons me with the putrid odour. "Little grandbabies for me. Won't you make more?" At first, I couldn't tell if it's real or not. But the raucous cries of the chicken burn through the dream all the same, setting my mind ablaze. I throw myself out of bed and grab the shotgun. Cursing every wasted second, I stuff the ammo and my phone into my pocket. The shotgun weighs heavy in my half-asleep arm as I race through the house and burst out the front door. Pressing forward through the frozen air, all the while my girls scream and beat their feathers. I round the back corner and ready the shotgun, shouting over the cacophony, "Who's there?" Pouncing my foot against the earth, kicking dust into the air. At the far edge of the coop sits a pile of dirt, a hole burrowed under the wooden frame, and cowering in the corner of the first floor, a fat raccoon with grubby fingers. Bastard! The fat raccoon trembles as I kick the wired lining of the coop. The chickens are safe in their nest, clucking up a storm. Thank God. But why hadn't the raccoon climbed up the runway? I hit the coop with the barrel of my shotgun, rattling the wire, but he doesn't budge. He hugs the wall, scrunching his quivering body into a tightly packed ball. Come on, little guy. What are you so afraid of? It's then that I realise what I hadn't before. What I hadn't heard over the echoing cries of the chickens and the thumping of my own skull. The night is alive, with a ferocious stringing wind. But the trees are still dead. The swamp is silent. I turn and see it, swallowing up the prickly brush as it trudges closer. A heaving darkness, more pure than the night, understood only as absence by the outline of shadow that hangs around it. From its side extends a long, sludgy limb, which it winds back and smashes through the wall of the coop. I'm struck in the chest by thick debris and thrown back, crashing against the ground. My head knocks against its wall, and the crack squeezes the sense out of my brain. The chicken's shrieking rings out and echoes into the far reaches of the swamp. Through my bleary eyes, I watch the slimy darkness sink low, beneath the coop, and stretches out its dripping limb towards the raccoon. From the stump grows 4 spindly fingers, which hook around the neck of the raccoon. It snarls and shrieks,
but cannot escape from the wet grip of the gasping, bubbling mound. And soon its cries are cut, as a black tentacle flows out from the palm of the muddy limb and into the raccoon's mouth. First its lips, and then its cheeks, splitting open as the mud descends further into its bowels. It peels the raccoon in half, like an egg split against the edge of a pan. And from the depths of the broken corpse emerge 3 wriggling creatures. Unborn raccoons, glowing the same crimson as Rosanna's eggs. So carefully the creature picks up the fleshy children, and then crushes them in its fingers. Black mud seeps out from their ears and their mouths and gushes out through the whites of their unseeing eyes. The mud melts into the mass of the creature, and it grows, swallowing up more of the light. This thing, the gunk from the eggs, is the abyssal bog itself. And now it's creeping its arms through the door to the nest. The ground spins wildly underfoot as I try to stand. I move to step towards the shattered coop, but my foot falters and I'm sent down to my knees. Helpless, as the mass retrieves the 4 crimson eggs and then Rosanna. Not Rosanna. Stolen away from her sisters, drowning in the mud as the creature squeezes her against its torso. She flails her feet and cries, head jerking left and right. It's shopping. Wet fingers trace down her back, again and again, as if to soothe her. The shotgun wavers, try as I may to steady my aim. I can't shoot like this. I'll kill Rosanna. The monster trudges back down to the path, disappearing into shifting depths of shadow. A burning wetness leaks down the gaping hole on my head. I reach for it, stain my hand with the blood of my melting brain. It hurts, more than anything ever has before. But still, I can move. I have to, because Rosanna can't, because she's family. I let the blood seal my fingers to the lacquered wood at the shotgun's barrel. With wobbling legs, I push up from the dirt and stagger down the winding trail, plunging into the depths of the swamp. The sky is swallowed up by the canopy, and the trees look down upon me dreadfully still. A snaking vine of thorns catches on my bare ankle, dragging through the skin as I race by. My socks sink into the frozen wet earth, sink deeper and deeper, until the mud rises halfway up my legs. And still, I press forward. Through the hornets which swarm and sting at my arms, past the bramble which snags me as I hobble by, pricked with blood. I run and run, until the mud is up to my knees and a low crimson glow awakens in the night. All around stretches an ocean of hungry, pulsing mud, suckling the life from my skin like a newborn. Red animal corpses lay half submerged in the bog. Baby rabbits and foxes and birds crushed and mangled like the baby raccoons, still dripping with the last remnants of the tar. Rosanna's cries shoot up along the trees and resound painfully in the night. I plunge further still, until I find that towering mound which slopes up out of the bog and hunches over Rosanna, squeezing the life out of her in its sloppy, misshapen fingers. From a bent black limb emerges the same black tentacle, which writhes and reaches out towards Rosanna's beak. Now, I force my legs forward through the heavy mud. The mound shifts, turning towards me. Somewhere from the hollows of its dripping body emerges a warbling scream. I aim the shotgun at the base of the creature, push the safety, pull the trigger. The shell explodes outwards, splitting into shrapnel that shreds through the walking abyss. But as the ringing of the shot fades, the holes in the creature's flesh are filled in. Rosanna shrieks and rapid fire flaps her wings as the muddy tentacle slides in through her beak. I make it fire once more, trailing the end of the barrel at the creature. Push the safety in, pull in an instant. A mound of wet flesh shoots out the creature's side, ramming with the speed of a bullet into my arm. Bone snaps with a deafening crack. Ah, fuck! I'm sent back, clutching at my bent arm. The shotgun drops to the mud. With a wet, slurping noise, it is sucked into the depths of the bog. I drop down to my knees, grasping in the darkness with my good hand. The mud grows tight around my wrist and my feet, chaining me in place. All I can do is watch as poor Rosanna is torn apart from the inside. Rosanna! Rosanna! I sob. I hope that she hears me, that she feels my love, that somehow it's easier now that I'm here, as the creature reaches down her throat, ripping her in half. It claims a final crimson egg, which shines like a blazing sun in the darkness. And then it discards Rosanna and her beautiful fiery feathers, tossing her into the mud like a peeled banana, used up for all of her worth. As if she wasn't warm and smart, as if she didn't rest her eyes when I held her, as if she wasn't family. It cups the 5 eggs, crushes them into that dark paste which feeds into the collective. I writhe and struggle, but cannot budge. The creature turns to me, watches the tears stream down my face, and then it starts to glide across the surface of the mud, towards me. My scream is swallowed up by the warm, wet mud wriggling around me. Soon, the whole of my body is dragged deep into the heart of the creature. All is overtaken by the suffocating darkness. An army of fish sucking away with their toothless lips, a massive fleshy tongue, rolls of fat and sweat folding endlessly. Fingers take shape in the heavy mass. They trace the length of my lips and then pry them apart. I writhe and try to bite down to fortify my insides from the mud, but it squeezes through and props open my jaw with a heavy arm and rushes in. I feel a great scratching in the skin of my throat as the mud travels deeper, entangling its tendrils through the branches of my lungs and sinking further still. Can't breathe. Can only taste the infected waste as it slides in and crashes down like a waterfall. My own cells turn against me as the mud takes control. Black droplets cling to the walls of my stomach, feeding on my fleshy insides. I don't want to die. Don't want to bring more of this twisted filth into the world. Scream, but I can't. Voice drowned out. Try to move, but the abyss is so heavy, only managing to wiggle my fingers. The ends of my lips start to peel as the flow grows faster. I think of Rosanna. Rosanna with her soft feathers and her reptilian claws, screaming as she was torn to pieces. My broken arm swirls with blood and fire. The gash on the back of my head burns. My heart races against the current of the darkness, and then I remember Mom. Remember all the things I'd never had the strength to say. I focus all of my dwindling energy onto my fingers as they reach for my pocket. Somehow, they force their way through the mud and grasp the lighter and hold it tight. Click, click. A light blazes in the darkness. The creature warbles as its flesh bubbles and boils. It pulls back, rushing out of my insides and shrinking away. Soon, the mass melts into the black expanse beneath. I cough a tremendous splitting cough, hacking out wet spurts of mud. Sweet midnight air rushes in to take its place. After a moment of silence, the trees start to shake once more, drowning out my screams as I stomp and kick at the mud. The light is flame flickering against the wind. I take Rosanna's corpse in my good arm. Her body is split, stomach spilling out from the side, and yet she's still beautiful. Her cold feathers, slick with blood and dirt, glow like dying embers in the fresh, frozen dark. I'm sorry, I sob, with Rosanna's dirty, leaking corpse held tight. I stumble down the path alone. At the coop, I lay her body in her favourite corner, where the morning sun will reach first. My chickens start to wake, dropping down from the perch to the sound of my sniffling. I walk to the side door and reach inside, hugging them one by one. They lean their weight against me as I take them each to the car. When everyone's inside, I drive a distance down the road. My body aches as I trudge back up to my house, to the swamp. Something's growing inside of me. I feel it now, heavy and dark in my gut. But gods be damned if I don't try to burn it out of me. With a shaking hand, I drench the thorny brush and the bushes and the trunks of the trees with gasoline. Screw the wetlands, Mom. This is my life, my family, and I won't live by anyone's terms but my own. I click the old lighter on and fling it into the darkness. A great blaze bursts to life. The flames shoot up the trees and spread across the canopy. A trail of fire jumps between the brush, crawling up to me, lapping at the lawn and the coop and in the house with its scalding tongue. Night air boils in the face of the great bonfire. First, a deep breath. Then, I start down the path into the swamp. It burns a fiery red, as brilliant and proud as Rosanna. It's my last week of high school, and I started playing a game. Whenever I do something for the last time, I make a note of it in my head. I performed my last concert in the stuffy auditorium. I took my last bite of the cafeteria's dry chicken patties. And I pissed one final time in one of the too low, too round urinals that always spray back. The final bell rings its shrill tune. I won't ever hear it again. I watch through the bus window as the school disappears from sight. The bus screeches to a halt. I stand and shove my way through the underclassmen who dangle their legs across the aisle. At the front, I thanked the kindly bus driver and bid him farewell. Then, down the final few steps and out to the street. The bus continues on. It passes by a slim white car before turning the corner and it's gone. I check the boxes in my head. Last. I turn and start to plug my earbuds in, but pause. A thunderous revving rolls through the neighbourhood. I see a blur of white cut straight through my periphery, and I don't have time to run. The white car clips up the curb and barrels through me. I'm sent sprawling across the cement, my flesh torn and leaking red-hot blood. It feels like lava against my skin, tastes like the bite of steel. I take a deep breath, convinced it will be my last. The world is drowned in black. I spend an eternity submerged in the darkness, my eyes shut tight. The world in its sweat and its pain are knocking, slamming the front door with their fists. But I won't answer. I won't. And then I feel the kiss of a damp towel. A gentle hand guides its smoothness across my face and down my neck. So cold, so soft. Mr. Irving? Her voice is soothing, and like the towel, it summons me from my dreamless sleep. I open my eyes to a room I have never seen, and a woman I've never met. She gasps, "You're awake!" Where am I? My throat stretches and burns as I speak, and the words come out hoarse. I'm Miss Judith, your caretaker, and this is nothing less than a miracle. She holds her hands to her chest. Her arms and legs are skinny and long. Caretaker? I hold one hand to my throat, to secure the other against the mattress beneath me. As I slowly lift myself to a sitting position, my body resists. My chest and my arms and my legs flash white-hot pain. Everything aches. What the hell is going on? I croak out. Your muscles have atrophied, Mr. Irving, Miss Judith says, and lays a delicate hand on top my pale blue sheets and eases me back down. I'm too weak to resist. You'll hurt yourself if you exert yourself. Lay here and rest. The room is lit with a warm yellow glow. I listen to the whirring of the overhead fan, watch as it tussles the partition beneath it. The smell of bleach wafts up from the white tiled floors and the shiny walls. A dusty pipe runs along the ceiling. Sunspots of dark green mildew stare back from the corner. To my right is a window, its royal blue curtains closed. I remember. I was hit by a car, I say. It was your last day of school, Miss Judith says. They printed your name in the old newspaper. How long has it been? You must be hungry, Mr. Irving. Stop calling me that, I say. I'd like to see my parents. They visited every day, she says, her voice quiet now. They knew you would come back to us. Where are they? I move my hand as if to run my fingers through my hair. I find nothing, and am left to wander the dry desert of my scalp. They passed away. Years ago. But that is impossible. Mum and Dad are still young. And the three of us are driving up to New York in August. They wanted to see the city with me before sending me off to college in the fall. How can they be dead? Miss Judith leans over my bed and rubs her towel against my eyes, drying up the tears before they can drip down my cheeks. I'm so sorry, but you mustn't worry about them now. You're starving, aren't you? Just a minute and I'll fill you up. Miss Judith swoops in and plants a kiss on my forehead. So cold, so soft. I look into her beautiful blue eyes and find them trembling with warmth and love and pity. She slips away, then pauses just before clicking the door shut. Welcome to Van Winkle's nursing home, Mr. Irving. Mr. Irving is my father. I'm Will. Just Will. I run my thick, wrinkled fingers down my chest. My skin is too long for my body, and even though I feel so sweaty, it's bone dry to touch. I need a mirror. I groan as I roll onto my side. I wince. A dozen sharp cracks ring out from my spine. The royal blue window shades are shuttered tight. An IV stand towers over me, its bag filled with a viscous white syrup. I trace it as it flows down through the tube and beneath my sheets. I lift my heavy, heavy arm. The needle is plugged in, but I can hardly feel it. I leave it there. A small white table stands by my bed. On its surface is a glass vase and a single fake flower. I shift towards the edge of the mattress. In the rounded face of the glass, I see myself, distorted. My bald skull, my sparse grey brow, my drooping cheeks, all stretched like putty in my reflection. Oh my God. I remember what it felt like to be young. Somewhere inside of my new body is trapped the phantom of the past. My old body, my young limber body, tries to wriggle free. But this is me. I'm a withered old man. Wasn't I supposed to travel the world? To study film and make a name for myself? To meet new friends? To fall in love? I'll never eat Mum's cooking again. I'll never catch a movie with Dad again. I won't see either of them. Never, never, never. My entire life is behind me, and this little room is where I will spend the rest of my time, and where I will die. Don't cry. An old man's voice calls out from the other side of the partition. You heard her, didn't you? It's a miracle, he croaks. Yes, a miracle. He starts to laugh. The sound like the back and forth creaking of an old rocking chair. I wipe the soft skin under my eyes. What year is it, I ask? But the man keeps on laughing. What's happened out there, in the world? It's gone to hell, he says. Presumably. Suddenly, a hand thrusts around the near side of the curtain. The man hooks his long, dirty fingers around my shoulder and squeezes tight. Well, how would I know? I only woke up yesterday. You mean, you were in a coma too? I ask. I know as much as you two. He gives my shoulder one final squeeze and then pulls his arm back behind the curtain. Your body feels wrong, he whispers. Mine too. That instant, Miss Judith swings the door open, a wide grin on her face. She's holding 2 trays of food. Mr. Irving, she says, laying the tray in my lap. Mr. May, she says, as she disappears around the partition. I pick up the wet mass on my tray. It's shaped like a waffle, but it's mushy, like someone chewed it into a paste and then moulded it back into a waffle. Compared to this, the school cafeteria seems like a 5-star restaurant. Miss Judith peeks around the curtain. Her soft cheeks stretch out as she smiles. You'll eat for me, won't you? Do you have any syrup? Oh, Mr. Irving, she laughs, waving the thought away with her hand. Eat. I'm not hungry. Oh, but you are. You need to stay strong for me. Will you eat, or shall I feed you myself? I scoop out a sporkful of the wet mass and crush it with my teeth. Not that I need to. It's pre-chewed. Miss Judith watches. She smiles. Good boy. My heart flutters in place like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Before she leaves, Miss Judith gives us each a kiss, then clicks off the lights. Blue shadow floods the room. The overhead fan whirs and whirs. I close my eyes, but sleep will not come. I've spent years in that darkness, wasting away. I've lost everything, and soon I will lose myself. I cannot rest without the anxiety bubbling up in my stomach, urging me to open my eyes and confirm that I'm still alive. I open my eyes. It's then that I see him, the old man, staggering around the bend of the curtain. His head hangs low. Each of his steps is heavy and uncertain. The ivy stand rolls slowly behind him. Mr. May? His silhouette freezes. Brian! He hunches over my bedside, breathing heavily. The silver thread of saliva leaks down from his lips. Why are you out of bed? I brace myself against the pain and brush myself up. Mr. May's face is obscured by the darkness, but I can tell that his brow is clenched in concentration. I want to test something, he says. Mr. May takes the vase from my bedside table and lifts it in the air. It drops and shatters with an icy crack. Stay still. He bends down and lifts one of the shards, clasping it tight between his thumb and forefinger. Wait! Stop it! Stop! I scream. Mr. May places a heavy hand over my mouth, muffling my scream. I kick and wriggle and bite, sinking my teeth into his soft, too soft flesh. It tastes sour. The old man doesn't bleed. Mr. May traces the line of my jugular with the shard, trailing down my neck, my shoulders, to my chest. And then, with a shaky hand, he digs in. I watch helplessly as the sharp edge pierces my skin, and scream. Yet I feel nothing. My sobbing slows as Mr. May runs the glass down my chest, peeling back a layer of fake skin. Beneath that thick rubber is my own chest, running with sweat, pulsing with my young heart. The door creaks open, and I curl my body inwards, concealing the shard beneath the fake flesh. Mr. May. Miss Judith sings his name like a lullaby. Mr. May, why are you out of bed? Brian stumbles away from me, holding his hands in the air. You knocked over his vase, Miss Judith. I was helping him pick up the pieces. Miss Judith marches towards Brian. You mustn't disturb your roommate, Miss Judith says. I watch as she places a hand against Brian's stomach and with a gentle shove sends him toppling over. Brian crashes against the wall and clatters to the floor, groaning. Miss Judith wipes her hand against her pants. She kneeled down next to Brian. Oh, Mr. May, you must be careful. One bad fall is all it takes. She takes Brian's moaning body up in her arms, showering him in kisses. You poor thing. The next morning after breakfast, Miss Judith sweeps up the shattered vase. She doesn't replace it. She whistles a pleasant tune as she binds Brian's ankles to the foot of his bed with rope. And then we're alone. Are you okay? I whisper towards the partition. Swell, Brian says, croaking. What's your name? I'm Will. Well, Will, I for one would like to get the fuck out of this place. I'm supposed to be home from college for the summer. You know, spending time with family, seeing some old friends, and then I get pulverized by a goddamn car. And then I wake up here, trapped in an old man costume. Feels like I'm being swallowed alive. I think Miss Judith hit us with a car and then kidnapped us. She must get off on this, how powerless we are. She's a psychopath, Brian says. I'd beat the shit out of her if I wasn't just a frail old bastard. It's the drugs, I bet. I take the cord of the IV and unstick its needle. Then I reinsert it at a shallow angle, piercing only the rubber skin. Take out your IV and plug it into the bodysuit. I can't live like this any longer, Will. I need to get out of this body. I need to get out of this room. I know, but we have to wait and regain our strength. And so we lay in our beds, trapped in cocoons of sweat and rubber. Miss Judith sings to us and kisses us. She bathes us, touching us however she pleases. We have no choice but to lay there as she plugs her catheter in and drains the piss out. We eat her paste and then shit into her hands. Totally powerless. But I feel the cold glass against my true skin, and remember that my parents are alive and the world is waiting. During the day, I flex my arms and my legs in bed. At night, I slip out of my sheets and untie Brian's rope. We practice walking in the dark. At first we cling to the wall and then to each other. Gradually, we regain our strength and grow more confident in our legs. We practice bending, then ducking, then dodging out of the way. Always listening for the creak of the door, dreading her soothing voice, the softness of her fingers. Miss Judith looms over us in the shadows. After 3 weeks, we're ready. I take the flap of loose rubber on my chest like a zipper and peel down, slice the bodysuit open like wrapping paper. I emerge from the chrysalis, naked, 18, dripping with sweat and smelling of mildew. My arms and stomach are covered in red gashes from the crash. Someone's done a rough job of stitching up the wounds. I look once more at the bodysuit, now a mess of rolls of rubber on the floor. Never again. I unwrap its gown and slip my arms through. I walk to the window and pull away the blue curtains. The gas is sealed with concrete. I pass around the partition and untie the rope from around Brian's ankles. The window's blocked, I say. We might be underground. Brian stretches out his legs, sighing. I hand him the glass shard and he peels open his bodysuit. He climbs out of the fat, drooping skin. Brian emerges, young and strong and covered in wounds. You smell disgusting, he says, squeezing his nose. As you do. Are you ready? Brian grins, tying his gown around his waist. Of course. Here, he says, handing me the shard of glass. He unhooks the IV bag from its stand and drops it to the floor, taking the metal rod in his hand. We line up by the door and 1, 2, 3, push the handle down and ease it open. Brian goes first. The room opens up into a long hallway, lit overhead by buzzing lights. The cement floor is cold beneath my bare feet. To our left and our right are a number of doors. I squint my eyes and glimpse through one of the door's windows and see 2 more beds, just like ours. Are these all other patients? Something squeaks in the distance. A little mouse, maybe, scurrying across the floor. We'll come back to free them after... And then the door to our left swings open, and Miss Judith walks through, whistling. She wheels a silver cart, across which is draped a bloodied, torn outfit, the clothing worn by the newest victim of Van Winkle's nursing home. And then Miss Judith sees it. She shrieks, spinning the cart towards Brian and I. I roll out of the way, but Brian isn't fast enough. The air is punched out of his gut as the metal crashes into him, rolls over him. Just as I regain my footing, Miss Judith, with all of her weight and her speed, sends me flying back against the wall. I feel a knot tangle around my heart and squeeze, pumping the juices out of my chest. I watch through blurry eyes as Brian tries to swing the IV stand at Miss Judith from the floor, but his angle isn't right and the attack is too slow. She grabs it, and after a short struggle, wrenches it free from his hands. I took care of you, Miss Judith screams. She raises the metal stand above her head and swings it down. It connects with Brian's skull with a resonant crack. He screams. When the world was rushing at you, I made it all go away. She raises the stand once more, and I watch in horror as it happens again. The rod cleaves down through the chilly air and smashes into Brian's face. His nose splits, spurts out blood. You can't leave me. You need me. Miss Judith pants and readies the rod once more. Brian curls up around his knees. I brace my arms against the wall and stagger to my feet, the shard of glass digging into my fingers. I stagger forward. Miss Judith swings around, cracking me in the neck with the rod. I'm sent careening down to the floor, head thumping hard against the stone. I feel my consciousness melting and leaking out through the gash. One bad fall. And so, I take my last breath. It all fades to black, and finally, no, I'm done with this stupid game. I'm done with last. I take my hands and brace them against the concrete and push through the blazing agony. I plant my feet firmly on the floor and rise. Miss Judith thrusts the metal rod into my gut. But I block the blow with my arms and hook my fingers around the end of the pole and yank backwards. Miss Judith loses her balance and stumbles towards me. I reach out for her, catching a ponytail and gripping it with my bloody fingers. She drops the IV stand and it clatters to the floor. Miss Judith claws and flails to free herself. "You need me, don't you?" she shrieks. I imagine that her skin is rubber, that she's a costume worn by an old, wrinkled hag who feeds on the young. I take the glass shard to her neck and carve straight through. It leaves a trail of crimson, and soon Miss Judith goes limp. She collapses. Her nurse's uniform is stained an ugly, bruised red. I stare down at her, watching until the helpless twitching stops. I drop the glass shard and lean against the wall, waiting for the pain to subside just a little. Then I lean down and pick up the bloodied brain, resting him atop the metal cart. I limp as I push it down the hallway to our left, phasing in and out of consciousness. We come to a set of stairs, and I lug Brian off of the cart and drag him up, stopping to rest. I feel like such an old man. But eventually we climb to the top and enter into what appears to be a home. Golden sunlight flickers through the blinds of the front door. I drag Brian and myself across the kitchen and swing open the door. The sun blazes over the horizon. A warm breeze blows through the dancing streets of a suburban street. A dragonfly cuts through the air. "It's still summer, Brian," I say. "It's summer," I yell, laughing. "We still have all summer. It's amazing." Brian's leaking, mangled head lays limp against my shoulder. I wave my bloody hands in the air and start to scream for help. My father, sister, and I started a large construction job on my aunt's second home a year ago. We started out living in the house we were working on, but have now decided that it's probably better to commute, if possible. This is largely due to a number of paranormal occurrences that have made us quite paranoid about the place. When my father first arrived at the house, he took a look at the attic and noticed 3 old Art Deco tiles that were placed carefully on a window ledge. However, when I first had a look at the attic, I told him that the tiles were all lying face down on the floor. He said that nobody had been to the property and that he didn't move the tiles himself. There was also a dead starling on the floor, so I just assumed that the poor thing had found its way into the attic, crashed into the window, died, and knocked the tiles over in the process. I was still a little creeped out by the attic because there were copious amounts of dead wood lice scattered throughout the attic. I never once saw a living one there. A week or so into the job, we begin to notice that our tools keep going missing and turning up in strange places. Our power tools were frequently being inexplicably unplugged. It was then that my father and sister began to suspect that there was a poltergeist. I thought they were being paranoid. They decided to ask the neighbours about the previous occupants of the house. It turned out that the house was previously owned by an elderly lady that had no living relatives and never spoke to anyone. She fell over and broke her hip in the conservatory. 3 days later, she succumbed to dehydration. At this point, I started to suspect that the house could be haunted. I wasn't sure, but I was keeping an open mind. Things started to get much, much weirder after that. Everything the lady had owned had been removed from the house when she died, with the exception of 2 objects. A metal pin depicting the Virgin Mary, and an old moth-eaten bathrobe. I admit that this was in rather poor taste, but I would frequently put the bathrobe on to keep my sister out. Everybody found it funny, and I didn't think anything of it. Later, I wished I hadn't done this. One night, my family and I were looking at the bathrobe and discussing it. It began to really creep me out, so I balled it up, hid it under some tools in the garage, and tried to pretend it didn't exist. The garage didn't have any lights, and nobody saw where I hid it. Hence, it was particularly alarming for me when I decided to go to sleep that night and found it lying in my bed. We left that night because my sister couldn't stop crying. There was no way that this could have been a prank. When we returned, the strange occurrences continued. I was awakened one night when a mirror on the bedside table somehow hit me in the head. My father took to wearing a crucifix and said that he saw it float from underneath his shirt and hit him in the eye. I was a little suspicious of this story, but his black eye did lend a little credence to it. As the months passed by, we experienced other strange things. We heard footsteps in the kitchen in the middle of the night. We smelled lavender at times when lavender wasn't in bloom. None of us wear lavender oil or even anything resembling it, so this was very strange. We discovered a number of house centipedes in the property. This was strange because they're virtually unheard of in the UK, but it seemed to explain the dead wood lice I mentioned earlier. We awoke one morning to find a line of dirt appeared across the threshold. We were so paranoid at this point that we immediately assumed it was some kind of protection spell, and it was only later we realised that the wind had blown it under the front door. At this point, we decided it was best thing for our mental health to minimise the amount of time we spent in the property and commute when it was reasonable. I haven't been to the property for a few days. There's been little to do, so I've been at home taking a break from it all. I can't seem to get away from this shit though. Yesterday, a picture of my father somehow fell from the wall. It hasn't been tampered with at all. The frame was in good condition, and so was the hook that was used to keep it up. The glass is broken in the frame though, which is annoying. So this led me to question if it is possible for a poltergeist to follow someone to another location. Does anybody have any thoughts regarding this? Can anybody offer a more reasonable explanation than this being a poltergeist? We live in a newer home that we had built. We moved in 2018. Ever since we moved in, I would hear things like footsteps or scratching. I would see what appeared to be shadows. It got to be as much as a forceful tap on my shoulder. This has gone since we moved in. I'm home most of the time by myself. My wife and daughter are gone during the school hours while I work from home. I have 2 dogs that mostly sleep all day in a dog bed behind me. This means I shouldn't hear anything occurring outside of the immediate room I'm in. Recently, my daughter has said that she no longer feels safe alone in her room at night, also in the basement. She's 9. We explained to her that there's nothing to be afraid of and that she has both dogs to keep her company at night. She replies that the dogs no longer feel safe either. That's a hard one to understand. So in the last 2 weeks or so, we've moved her furniture upstairs. My office remains down there, however. Since moving her room to the main floor, she claims to feel at ease and that she can sleep at night. One big thing, however, now I feel somewhat terrified to work downstairs during the day. That's hard to explain. I feel like all day I'm being watched. I feel brushes of cold air. One of the dogs, Luna, came down the hall the other way and froze halfway. She got really low to the ground and basically crawled into the office. She had this terrified look about her. She looked like someone was yelling at her or about to hit her. For the record, we do not hit our dogs, but she just had that look like she was getting swatted. When she got to me, she was shaking. So I called for Daisy to come into the other room, our other dog. She came down the hall and started to growl as she walked past the part where Luna had just been. She went quickly around the corner, turned around, and she stared down the hall. She was as stiff as a board and didn't move for several minutes, despite me calling her over and over again. I managed to capture a full minute of her stance. It creeped me out.
Clearly, both dogs saw something that I could not see. This has played into some of my fears and makes me wonder if my daughter not feeling safe anymore is related. More so in the last few weeks, I've also found lights that should be off and others that are never on. And again, I'm the only one home. So something is happening or my mind is playing tricks on me. There have also been a few neighbours that have complained of issues lately. Things being moved, TVs turning on when no one is home, pets getting locked in rooms, or dogs and cats fixating on things that shouldn't be there. How can we find out the spiritual history of our land? Before we planned that evening, I did some research and found some descriptions on how to act and behave in these spooky sessions. One thing that was mentioned in almost all the tutorials was that you have to be open-minded and not act all that pessimistic about it. And you also have to decide who's going to be the medium, and that happened to me throughout the whole session. I don't want to, and more importantly, can't go into full detail, because too much happened. So we came fully prepared, white candles, it was around 12 o'clock. The whole alphabet placed carefully around the wooden table. And me as the one who talks. When people ask me if I believe in paranormal stuff, or I believe in God and all that stuff, I always tell them no, but I'm not ruling it out. So we started, and I began to ask questions. We were 4 people. One was a really good friend of mine, and the other 2 were girls with whom we hung out at the time. We all had one thing in common. We were interested in paranormal stuff and wondered if it would actually work. The one thing I always asked was, is someone here? And after some time, the glass started to slightly move in a direction, and the entity spelled gibberish stuff which made no sense. But even so, we were all fascinated by the fact that the glass moved. After some trial and error and another "is someone here" question, the glass went to the piece of paper with the word yes on it. I asked, "What's your name?" And the glass started to move to the letters P-E-T-E-R. And then I asked some questions. Basic stuff. Nothing really important, and damn, it actually worked. I could ask something and the glass would move very precisely to the letters and form whole sentences. Again, I don't want to go into full detail. I'm not trying to convince people here to believe me. I want to tell you about the thing that happened after Peter. After some time and a lot of questions, Peter suddenly stopped responding and I asked if he was still there. And then the glass moved to no. I asked her who it was and no joke, the glass started to move more aggressively and spell the word Satan. I found it very absurd and the sentence, "Oh shut up," left my mouth. The second I finished saying this, the glass started to move rapidly to the letters B, quiet, Bush. FYI, my last name is Bush. I remember that I felt irritated. My homie also looked very shocked. I started to think of things to ask about. I asked how my first day at the new school will be. The glass immediately started to move and sped, "Everyone will hate you." One thing is that I forgot to mention, there was a rule that you have to ask permission to leave the session, or else the ghost will haunt you. At least that's what people say. This could all be bullshit, of course, but we still try to follow those rules. So anyway, Satan didn't want us to leave and threatened us with the word death a lot. This went on until 4 in the morning, and it kind of stressed us all out. In the end, the glass didn't respond anymore, and we called it quits. Okay, so I used to walk back to my home from college. I always got to my house around 8 or 9 p.m, and almost every time my mum was at the garage using her phone. And I didn't have keys for some reason, so every time I got there, she opened the garage door for me. One day I got to the garage door, and I saw her. But as soon as I told her, "Hey, can you open it?" she stood up and went into the house and closed the door. So I was like, okay, that was weird, but she probably didn't hear me. Then I called my brother and told him if he can open the door for me. So he came, and I went inside the house looking for my mom to tell her, "Hey, I was there, and you didn't hear me." But I soon realised my mom wasn't there.
I asked my brother if he was at the garage, and he showed me he was playing video games. It's hard to describe how odd this feels to me, because I'm pretty sure that what I saw was a person. It wasn't one of those times you would kind of see some shadow in like a split second. This time, I had plenty of time to look at the figure. I'd say like 10 seconds or more. And to this day, there's no explanation to it. One thing I'd like to add is that my grandma took a few plants from her mom's house. And one of those plants remained in an old pot plant. So my grandma was moving the plant to a new one. And when she dug up, she found a little glass jar that was wrapped with some papers. And the papers had something written on them, but nothing readable. The glass jar also felt and sounded like it had some type of liquid and some rock or hard thing inside it. As soon as my grandma saw it, she said, "That's witchcraft." She was pretty convinced and didn't allow me to open that jar in my house. She showed it to her sister, and she told her that it was definitely a hex and that she can call a priest to get rid of it and clean our house. I sometimes think about the jar. It looked so weird, and it was crazy how my grandma quickly knew it was witchcraft. But in the country I live in, people are really superstitious. And also my grandma told me she's seen one of those before. It first started a few months ago, when my girlfriend said she heard sounds from inside our apartment. I dismissed it as nothing, said it had to be the TV or our neighbours or whatever. This happened a few times. I never really believed her until weeks or so ago when I first heard it myself. It seems to happen at night. It happened just 10 minutes ago at 10:58 or just before 11 p.m. Tonight, I heard it for the fourth time and it's starting to get to me. The weirdest thing is that I know the sound. It sounds exactly like a toy I had as a small child, where you would spin a stick and a ballerina would spin slowly in circles as the melody was being played by little bells, I believe. It kind of works like one of those clowns in a box where you spin it and it jump scares you as it opens the box. I've currently heard the sound from 3 different rooms and never actually been able to hear from what room it comes from or locate what the source is. I seriously don't know what's causing this melody to play for a few seconds every night or every other night, seemingly. At first I didn't care much and dismissed it, but it's starting to scare me. Weird thing is also that this all started when my grandmother started getting really sick. And because it was my girlfriend who detected it and has heard it multiple times herself, I know I'm not going crazy. What am I going to do? I used one a few times with a few friends. Nothing was really happening at first, and us being the retards that we are trying to impress the girls we were with, started calling out to anything. Even demons. After that, we made contact with something and proceeded to ask it questions. We got a name, Garth, who apparently died in a car fire some years ago. We began to ask where in the room it was and answered. We asked for it to move an object in the room. Nothing moved, but we did hear a noise from the other room. Anyways, after talking to Garth for about 30 minutes, we started to get bored and we were wrapping up the convo and told it we were going to end the session now. At which point, the planchette went to no. We asked if it was alright for us to go. As soon as we went to say goodbye again, it went to no. After the second no, the planchette started to act weird and the atmosphere in the room changed. The planchette started moving in a circular motion and kept trying to go off the edge of the board. At which point, we decided to just end the session. Upon all 4 of us bringing it to goodbye, the planchette stopped in the middle of the board, as if it was glued in place. The girls freaked out and took their hands off the planchette. At which point, my buddy and I proceeded to end the session and bring it to goodbye. For about 5 seconds, the planchette didn't move, as the 2 of us tried to move it. At which point my buddy and I had to both hands like palm and all onto the planchette and forcefully drag it to goodbye. It took all our might to actually move it to goodbye. Upon trying to move the planchette, the board itself looked like it was being pulled in the opposite direction. Now some could say it was my buddy messing with me,
but we were sitting next to each other and the girls were sitting across from us. So there was no way that my buddy could have been pulling in the opposite direction or holding it in place, as I could feel him always pulling my hands as well. I know we didn't end the session properly, and after typing this, I looked back and realised the two girls in the past 2 years, one lost her partner, baby daddy, and the other was just in a serious car wreck where she broke her spine. Makes me start to think if it could have something to do with their hands not being on the board. Way back in 8th grade, I had a friend John, who years before had his house burned and deemed unlivable. Now, being a kid full of confidence and not fully believing it, me and another friend called bullshit that said the burned house was haunted. Finally, one day, John agrees and we go see this house, as his family still had the keys, and it was on his way home. Walking up to the place, John had told us about several experiences in the house. From a large Civil War looking soldier to energy balls and children's laughter that would appear and disappear. Taking this information, we still called bullshit and went inside the house. The inside of the house was fine, as the garage had burned, making it a hazard but safe enough to explore. The inside of the house felt strange. Zero airflow, but no dust, and at first, dead silence. After walking in and essentially walking straight to the garage entrance and the back door, to show the fire marks and point out where John had found arrowheads in his backyard, we decided to look around more. Very soon after, we started walking towards their old rooms. We all very faintly heard music. The strangest part is that each of us heard entirely different genres. We reached John's sister's old room, and it was barren, of course, and the windows were covered, but nothing weird. Then the same with John's old room. Between the two of them, most of the apparitions had started and then gone and disappeared into John's parents' room. Logically, that was our next and final step of the tour. Confused by indescribable music and getting nervous, we reached John's parents' room and tried the door. It felt sealed, like when something heavy is against it or a vacuum is applying pressure. However, the house was sealed and we were supposedly the first ones inside in a long time. With a good shove, we managed to open and got the biggest gust of stale, dead, musty air I've ever had. Freaked out by the sudden gust that smelled like death had once been there, we took off. Halfway crossing the street, Jim called out, "Hey guys, look at the house." Nervous that we would find all three of us turned and saw a huge apparition in the window. Solid looking, but you had to stare and squint hard to start to get the edges of details. And it was watching us staring us down from inside. Obviously freaked out, we ran all the way to John's current house. This story takes place about 12 to 13 years ago, when I was a kid. I come from a less than desirable area, in a small mountain community where most people just managed to scrape by. This meant for me and my siblings, we lived in a small house that could barely fit us, with poor insulation and was in desperate need of repairs. But we made it work and appreciated what our parents could do, because we were still better off than a lot of the other families we knew. The winters are harsh here in the mountains, and because of the poor insulation, me and my siblings would sleep in the living room as close to the fire as possible, and would huddle under our one huge blanket. There's one night that sticks to me to this day, because for the life of me, I still cannot fathom what it was I saw. It was late at night, and I've always been a very poor sleeper, so I would wake up through most of the night already. Not to mention we were struggling to keep warm. When I woke up very suddenly, and felt like there was someone or something there. I initially shrugged this off because we had a few busted windows and holes in the floor, which would allow the occasional opossum or stray cat to wander in. And in the winter, this was actually a fairly common occurrence. With the light of the TV that was still playing, I looked around, and to my left, I saw this thing. It had the body of a turtle, but was rather edgy and spiked, but not to a point more like Mayan temples and a face that is most comparable to, I guess, a sort of lion or dragon mix. almost like an alligator snapping turtle, and that it was large and frightening, but had a brachycephalic nose, and it was a mouth with teeth, not a beak. It was looking at my little brother, and I moving his head slowly back and forth, out of fear that I would cause it to bite one of us if it noticed I was awake. I laid there with my eyes barely open. Just in case it was aggressive, I could wake up my brother before he could hurt us. All he did, though, was glance between us a few times and very slowly walk to that stairway that led down to the bathroom and somehow went down the steps without making a sound. This was confusing, since my dad's friend has a large sulcata tortoise, and I knew that an animal with a shell that large was not graceful and should be clunking down each step, or at least the first drop. I chalked it up to a bad dream and later thought sleep paralysis was possible, but that still didn't quite fit. Years later, my brother and I were hanging out with our friends and they were talking about ghosts, when my brother started telling the same story with the same description and how he just shut his eyes and prayed it would leave. This is why I thought he was still asleep and I had never told him or anyone this story. What did we see? All that pops up online are dragon turtles, which would be far too huge, and lion turtles from that show Avatar. Yesterday was my birthday, and my girlfriend had put up some happy birthday balloons on the wall. I'm an American living in Vietnam, and have been here for the past 6 years. Just for a little backstory, I grew up in California and have lived all over the West Coast for most of my life. My father was a Vietnam veteran and passed away about 7 years ago. He had a very bad head injury that wasn't getting better, and he took his life. He was in a lot of pain, and we all understood why he did what he did. We all miss him dearly, but are thankful he's not in any more pain or misery. My father was an eclectic man. He had his own wit, his own humour, and even his own language. He would use words and phrases that he created, and everyone knew him for. One of his favourite words was the word baddie. It meant like the word buddy, but he made it sound like it was an A part, to make it more sound like baddie. And we spelled it B-A-H-D-Y. He would say things like, "Hey baddie, don't bring that junk over here," or "Hey baddie, bring the money." It was one of many words that he often used to get a laugh out of us, but mostly, he laughed just for himself. I lived and grew up in California and have been a teacher for the past 20 years. After my father passed away, I looked at my life and decided that I wanted to move to Vietnam to be a teacher, where my father was a soldier. I never thought I would stay here this long, but here I am, still 6 years later. In the beginning, it felt like a pay it forward type of experience, but since then, it's become my dream and destination of choice. I'll get married soon to a beautiful Vietnamese woman, and we put a down payment on our first apartment. Living and giving here has brought a purpose to my life, and the old cliches of do what you love and find your purpose in life ring true for me here. I'll forever feel honoured and thankful to be an American teaching in Vietnam, and thankful my father's path brought me here. So back to my story and the birthday balloons. We've been on a soft lockdown for the past few months. Vietnam was great at avoiding COVID in the beginning, but now that strategy isn't feasible. They're slowly rolling out vaccinations, and we really aren't able to go out to celebrate or enjoy milestones with friends at this time. So my girlfriend made my birthday extra special and got a cake, bought a gift, and put up some balloons on the wall that said happy birthday. After a few minutes, some of the letters fell off the wall. We put them back up, and a few minutes later, they fell off again. We added more tape to the balloons and put them back up. After 20 or 30 minutes, the letters fell off again, and we just left them on the ground. We had a nice dinner. I opened a gift, and we had some amazing cake, and it was a very nice birthday. About 5 hours later, we were getting ready for bed, and I walked through the living room and looked at the birthday sign. I realised that the happy word was untouched, but the bottom said so much more to me. The letters that remained were baddie. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I froze in that moment as I was filled with bewilderment, excitement, relief, and an overwhelming sense of calm. Tears filled my eyes as I realised that my father had been with me all this time, or at least he visits me. I've always felt that he was with me, and a few signs in the past have made me think that, but nothing ever happened like this. It made me think of Ouija boards and psychics and all the things people can't explain. It also made me a little sad because I wondered how often spirits from the other side try to communicate, but either their signs go unnoticed, they're not given the right opportunity, or we just miss it or brush it off as a coincidence. The balloons gave my father the perfect opportunity to communicate with me in his language, and it's really the best gift I could have ever received. His message was adamant and deliberate, and I nearly missed it. When I was about 20, myself, my girlfriend, eventual wife, and another couple rented a huge old farmhouse in a little unincorporated town. It was in the middle of nowhere. Our yard was about 3 acres with the house on one end of the property and a janky garage on the other end. The layout of the old farmhouse is important to the story. The main house itself was built in the 1890s, but had additions put on over the years. I was told it was a bunkhouse originally for a mine in the area. Miners would sleep in it in shifts. First floor, walking through the back was a mudroom, with the washer and dryer, water heater, etc. Through another door was a large kitchen, sink, and cabinets on the right, stove on the immediate left. Walk into a living room. From here it's a very open concept, with 2 rooms on the left and right. Room on the right had the front door. Front door room became an office and second living room. The left room was a rotating music room, guest bedroom, whatever room. There was a lot of space. There was a full bathroom off the living room. In this bathroom, there was the rabbit hole, as we called it. It was a small door about 3 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide. This led to the basement. The basement was straight out a horror movie. One bare light bulb in the middle of the large room. Field stone walls, a couple of support beams, wonky, creaky stairs, and a weird, tiny room behind a door made out of an old pallet. Back to the first floor living room was stairs, up about 4 or 5 stairs, then a small landing and another 5 or 6 stairs to the top. When on the landing, you can turn around and see the entire upstairs. At the top of the stairs was a tiny bathroom. With a tiny window, you could see the entire backyard while sitting on the toilet. There were 3 bedrooms, one much smaller than the other 2, and it was at the very front of the house. Okay, time for the paranormal stuff. Things were kind of weird. You felt like someone was always watching you. It didn't feel scary per se, but weird. We started making jokes that the ghost was watching us, not being serious, because our house isn't haunted. We would heart-stirring wait on the stairs, like someone was on the landing, shuffling around. Up a stair, down a stair, move around a bit. We all just sort of thought it was an old-ass house. We had 2 cats. One was a Garfield and the other a tuxedo cat, but he was blind in one eye and never talked. No meow. He would just open his mouth like he was trying. They would constantly stop and listen to things in the house really intently. But the tuxedo cat would run upstairs and stay up there for a while. We thought that was cat stuff. Things started heating up. After a few weeks, we decided to have a party in the backyard. Nothing crazy. About 15 people that we all knew. Middle of summer, so most everyone is outside by the fire except a few people in the kitchen. I'm out back by the fire yucking it up when one of my friends says, "Who's that? Your grandma live here?" Then proceeds to point to my bedroom window. There was what appeared to be an old lady looking out the window into the backyard, hands against her face and glass, peering out. What the fuck? Is someone in my house? I start running towards the house. I can hear the chatter behind me. Someone's in the house? Same friend is following me. We get back in the door. Is someone upstairs? Everyone is saying, "I don't think so. We've been right here." I get to the landing on the stairs and look around, and all the doors are open. My bedroom light is on. I proceed to check the upstairs and turn all the lights on. Nothing, no one, let alone anyone that looked like an old lady. Eventually back out by the fire, we start an inevitable conversation. Maybe the house is haunted. About a week later, my roommate brought up the idea of using a Ouija board. My girlfriend is against it. My other roommate is against it. I become the deciding vote, and I say no so as to not piss off my girlfriend. Shit gets real. We can hear the desk chair upstairs roll around on its own. When you go to check it out, it's sitting in front of a window, looking out over a field. Every time, it's the same place. Roommate and I are musicians. We were trying to record some samples in the front door office. I had headphones on. Whilst playing some guitar over a drum pad, we both hear what sounded like every plate and glass gets smashed on the floor in the kitchen. It was loud. We both drop everything and run into the kitchen, and there's nothing. Nothing out of place. Weird. We both couldn't believe what we heard, and there was no mess. We started to wonder if we were going crazy. While pooping in the downstairs bathroom, right next to the rabbit hole, it sounded like an animal was scratching at the back of the door, trying to get into the bathroom from the basement. But the scratches were up near the top of the door, and I could see it moving the door. Called the landlord and said there's an animal in the basement. He sent a guy out the next day who cleared the basement. Said there's nothing. No animals, no poop, no point of entry. The basement is sealed tight. We would hear the scratching on that door spontaneously. Others experienced it as well while in the bathroom. The house started feeling creepy, almost oppressive. It wasn't how it used to be. Someone watching. It felt like you were being stalked. Roommates and I were chilling in the main living room, playing Borderlands. We heard a cat meowing, but it was an odd, quiet, screamy kind of meow. It was from upstairs. We paused the game and head to the stairs. Once on the landing, I could see the tuxedo cat yelping and looking like he was pinned down. The Garfield cat was a few feet away, just staring and looked like a statue. I reached for him under the railing. As soon as I did, he sprang up and jumped through the railing, clutching onto me. The Garfield cat did the same, but used the roommate as a backboard, jumping off him down the stairwell. Neither wanted to go past my bedroom door, where the tuxedo cat was pinned down. We went down to the living room and just dealt with what just happened. We decided the house was haunted. Across the street was a neighbour. Nice guy in his 50s, lovely wife, a son about 6 years old. We would stand in his garage watching the NFL drink beer, all around a great relationship with them. I decided to ask him one day if he ever heard anything about the place being strange or haunted. He says, "Funny you say that. The previous tenant said she thought there was an old lady there. I don't believe that stuff, but now you're saying it. Her 2 kids used to wave to someone whenever they left. She used to feel like someone was there. My son started waving at the house too. I thought it was little kids being kids." I found it hard to believe whatever old lady in the house was trying to scare us and kill my cat. Then, we found the Ouija board. Girlfriend and I were gone for the night. Came back the next evening. Roommate was getting out of the mudroom at the back of the house. Not unusual, but he looked super pale and sick. He's a dark-skinned Mexican fellow, so it was easy to see he looked pale and flush. My girlfriend had to leave and go straight to work, so I was basically just getting dropped off. He told me what happened the night before. C is boyfriend roommate, A is girlfriend roommate. A person who was really into paranormal activities, ghosts, spirituality, etc., brought a Ouija board into the house months before, after she asked if she could do, and we voted no. She did it anyway. She was using it when no one was home and had it hidden in the basement because she knew none of us ever went down there. The Ouija board was her mom's from the 60s or 70s, homemade, wooden, hand-painted letters and numbers. A few extra words like soon, never, later. She also said that her mother had used it for years, and there was always someone called David attached to the board, and David was not nice. It all made sense now. There's an old lady spirit in the house, and she's pissed about David. The night A confessed to the Ouija board, she convinced C to do some EVPs with her. There were 3. Basement. It was muddy. Very fuzzy, but you could hear someone distinctly say A's name. I thought maybe we were hearing what we wanted to hear. I wasn't sold on it. Main floor. It was them walking around asking questions. Are you here?
what's your name, etc., you didn't really hear much. However, there was a lot of scratchy, fuzzy bursts like a hissing sound. Weird, but still not convinced. The stairwell. Recording was as follows from the top of the stairs. Look at the cat. He looks pissed. He sees someone. Thump. Then a louder thump. The thump. You can hear the squeal of its tires, claws against the roof taking off. Look at him go. You okay? End of recording. To me, the thump sound was like something heavy hitting a couple stairs, then dropping some massive weight at the top of the stairs. The peculiar thing is C claimed they didn't hear anything until they played it back. By this time, it's winter in Wisconsin. There's deep snow, large drifts through the property. He tells me they used a board. They were talking to David. David was tired of talking to A. He told C about his dad being in prison in Mexico when he was a young man, about coming to the basement to see David. He hated the woman in the house because she's always stopping him from doing things, watching everyone while they sleep, hating cats, watching the girlfriend and I get intimate when no one is home, including some of the kinkier stuff no one knows about. Finally ended with C asking if he wants to know when he'll die. When C said he wants David to leave, he said he can, but won't. The whole thing took a few hours before C finally let go of the planchette and said enough. We were now in the living room as he's telling me the story of the night before. The board is on the coffee table in the middle of the room. I'm standing with my back to the bathroom door and the door to the rabbit hole. I get this insane electric chill down my neck and spine, goosebumps that almost hurt, and I can hear the rabbit hole door getting scratched. I break for the board and say, we have to get rid of this thing. Where the fuck do we put it? At that moment, we hear the doorknob to the mudroom rattle. As we look into the kitchen, the door starts slowly opening to the mudroom. The lights are on, and there's no one there. The initial shock was unfathomable, but I knew right away the old lady opened the door, saying, get it the fuck out of the house. We stood for a moment and worked the nerve to even move. We looked at each other, amazed and terrified. I'm taking it to the garage. Don't know where else to put it. We got on our boots and coats. I wrapped the board in a paper bag and off we went. It was an almost a 3 acres walk that I had the small path shoveled out to the garage because I was still parked there. It was a calm night. Stars were out and the snow was really bright. As we were walking, I was carrying the board. It felt like David was following us. Just an angry tantrum feeling, like we were leaving a room where a toddler was screaming and kicking the wall. The man door was old and was held closed by a bent nail you had to spin to keep it shut. I put it on a shelf high up and left. As we left, we heard cans falling off the shelves, WD-40 and spray paint, etc. But I wasn't about to turn around and check on it. Once arriving back at the house, we felt immediate relief. Like an air purifier was running. Everything felt clean. Once again, though, we were startled when the back door opened. We automatically prepared for the worst. We waited for the mudroom to open. It was my other friend, who was a regular to the house, so much so he would walk right in. He saw us looking terrified and asked what happened. We gave him a sigh of relief. He'd had his own experiences in the house and knew we were serious. We sat and chatted for hours about the whole ordeal. Mind you, there are a lot of experiences in that house I haven't touched on, but these were some of the major ones. Undeniably paranormal. This happened on October 5th, 2008. I remember the date since we were on our way home from my cousin's wedding and my sister's baby shower was the next day. My husband and I left the wedding around 10 p.m. As family weddings go, it was a long day. We didn't drink alcohol since we knew we had a lot to do the next day and drive home. This wedding was hosted in a town we are familiar with, and this story is based on roads we've driven thousands of times in the dark and in daylight. This is fall in a small, quaint northeastern town. My husband is a non-believer and never agreed with my POV on ghosts and spirits, but we've made it work.
We leave the wedding and are driving home. My mind is filled with how late it is and how much I have to do tomorrow to get the shower set up. I'm really hoping everything is perfect and that I haven't forgotten to prepare anything. As we make a left and go up a small incline, I see this mist off to the right. It's about 5 feet swirl up and approximately 8 feet into the yard. My brain automatically shoots over to, that's weird. Why is a storm drain in the middle of the yard? It looked very similar to the condensation one would see from a New York City vent. Moisture that most of us know and are familiar with when the ground is warmer than the air. I'm still hyper-focused on why this drain is in the middle of the yard as we drive by. I look to the ground where the mist is hovering. As I'm looking down into the yard, I see the drain. My husband yells, "Oh my God, did you see that?" He curses all the time, but up until that point I've known him, he had never yelled, "Oh my God," before. Shocked, I reply, "What? That strangely placed drain?" Shakily he replied, "No, that lady." I didn't see a lady. I was looking. She was see-through, wearing old-fashioned clothing and standing there in the yard. You were looking out the window. That's when I realised the mist he saw was potentially a ghost, and the mist I picked up as a strange placement for a storm drain were one and the same. I find it fascinating that we both picked up on it as something out of place. My rational mind said the storm drain, while my husband decided something else that made him look right at it. Whatever it was, ghost or condensation, it's been a fun campfire story to tell. December 23, 2000. I just flew in from college for winter break. It was a late arrival and had to drive close to an hour home from the airport. After spending some time catching up with my mum and grandma, I decided I needed to sleep. My room shared with my sister had been left unchanged. She was not there that night. It's now early morning, Christmas Eve. To set the scene, this house and room are small. It's a very small one-level ranch home. The room was a box big enough for one twin bed on one side of the room and my twin bed on the other. Offset parallel, set up that the heads and pillow area were opposite of each other, and the ends of the beds overlap by a few feet. Basically, a head-to-toe format. There's approximately 2 or 3 inches between the beds. Anyway, from my bed I can see out the door, down the hallway where our bathroom was, and I could see just past that to the beginning of the dining room. My mom and grandma stayed in the family room with the TV on, and this is just by the dining room. Again, in a small house, you can hear everyone and everything with little effort. Anyway, I roll to my side and look over to the corner where my sister's head would normally be on her pillow. I see this odd white glow in the corner over her head. I stay to watch because I get the sense it's okay, only love. In the past with any paranormal event, I usually noped right out of there or was afraid. This white glow is in the shape of what I believe is an angel. I can see that it's tall, the head, wings outline, then I see a figure that's standing in front of it. This figure is white and glowing as well, but I can see 2 separate shapes. It steps out, places its hands together in a prayer sign, and bows. It backs up and it disappears. When reality sets in with what I just saw, frozen now that fear has taken over, I yell for my grandma. "Grandma!" "What?" "Can you turn the hall light on? I just saw a ghost." She turns the hall light on, and I remember her saying, 20 years old and still believes in ghosts, and needs a light on. I felt mad at that point, for mocking me for believing in something she has had experiences with. Yes, it was the family that said they believed in ghosts, but the minute one of us kids would have an experience, it wasn't credible, and just our imagination. I fell asleep and woke around 6 a.m. to the phone ringing. It was an unexpected call, and I heard my grandma talking to the caller and began crying. Her uncle had unexpectedly passed away in the night after having minor surgery to remove a small patch of skin carcinoma. He was in his late 70s. This was her favourite and oldest uncle, the only one I knew that she spoke with. Now looking back, it makes sense since they were only about 10 years apart in age.
I never met him since he lived a few states away. Funny to only know someone by a few mail correspondences and phone conversations. My grandma would go visit him as a break from us. I remember she spent most of Christmas Eve mourning in her bedroom. Family comes over in the evening, which are her sons, my uncles. I'm in my room and they're in the dining room table, talking, and I heard my name mentioned and I began listening. I heard my grandma talk about a 20-year-old seeing things and needing her grandma to turn the light on. They all laugh. And then I hear my one uncle call for me. I go out to them knowing what they were just talking about. He asks me to tell them what I saw. I tell them. Right as I was finishing, my grandma shoots up and runs to her room and slams the door. She's crying. The focus is off of me, and my one uncle is at her door asking what's wrong. She lets my uncle in. About 20 minutes later, he comes out and tells my other uncle and I, very seriously, that my grandma was upset because she'd just figured it out. Her uncle came to say goodbye to her. The angel arrived the same time her uncle died, in the room she slept in when her uncle last visited many years ago, and his way of saying goodbye was with the prayer hands and bow. This one has always been a fun one to tell. My husband doesn't believe in the paranormal and thinks it's a bunch of nonsense. At this point, we were still early on in our relationship and living together for a couple of years. He bought an old 1929 house in a suburb near the big city we grew up close to. I would often see the shadows move out of the corner of my eyes and began having a sense that our energy was not the only one there. Nothing too concerning. We had a £120 American black lab, so it could easily be her moving through the house. Or we can explain it away that maybe the neighbours backed in and the lights just hit the windows just right. One day, I told my guy that I saw a small black shadow walk into the laundry room. I wasn't taken seriously. Has to be some reasonable explanation. I mentioned it because it wasn't an out of the corner of my eye experience this time. The laundry room is in the finished basement. The only windows are glass block windows with a vent, and they're etched and foggy. There are 4x3 blocks, whatever the standard basement window size is. This part of the basement, the windows face into our backyard. There are no lights coming in from traffic. The houses were built in an old apple orchard, so the backyards were long. About half an acre. About 1 acre between our house and the house I was backed up to. We had an 8-foot wooden fence along the property line. No outside light source. A few weeks later, we're getting ready to go to the store together. I was finishing some laundry and he was in the basement finishing up something on the computer that was down there, to the left of the laundry room door. He asked me to put the dog in her crate while he finishes up. He'll just be a minute longer. The crate is in the basement, but behind to the right of where my guy is sitting. The laundry room door is open. All the lights are off now, except for the hall light on top of the stairs in the PC. I'm now standing at the end of the stairs, facing my guy, and he's looking at the computer. Black Shadow Dog walks into the laundry room. My guy says, "I thought you put the dog into her crate." "Nah, thought you were going to." He calls the dog. I'm looking at our dog in her crate. Now he's losing his patience since there were things in the laundry room he doesn't want her to eat or get into. "Can you please get the dog?" "What dog?" "Fine, I'll do it." At this point, I ask him to turn around and look in the crate. Look at the crate, look back at the computer. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the black shadow go into the laundry room too. Only time he ever admitted that he saw something in that house. I used to work for an older man who needed someone to clean his house while he worked. And being a 21-year-old needing money, I did it. He paid $12.50 an hour, so it seemed like a good deal at the time. It was a super nice house, and I was surprised something so nice was in the area, but it was excluded from everything else, almost in the middle of nowhere. My first day there wasn't bad. I got there, met him, and started in one of the bathrooms in the kitchen. But then it started once he left for work. I was on the phone with my nana because I didn't want to feel alone in such a big place. I was looking around the second story while talking to my nana, and as I came down the stairs, I heard something in the kitchen. It startled me, so I went and looked, and a dish had fallen off the counter. I ended up cleaning like normal and went home. Over the next few days, even stranger things happened. There were times I felt like I was being watched. Times where one of the showers sounded like someone was standing in it and slowly moving in it. I even found a box that contained pictures of this man and some other men naked, but the other things seemed worse than that. The worst started when I was eating and watching Charmed. I heard a loud crash in one of the upstairs rooms. It sounded like someone knocked over the desk that was in there. It scared me so bad, I ran out of the house and got my aunt to pick me up. The cops ended up being called, but they didn't care and barely checked the place. The entire time I worked there, I had these nightmares about the house, and the one time my boyfriend visited the house, he had a nightmare of our friend group killing themselves in it. There were other little things that seemed off as well, such as the cat never really wanting to be in the house, and if he was in the house, he stayed under the bed. There was reddish-brown stains in one of the rooms on the floor in bed. Another room had dead birds in it, and in the yard, I saw something white peeking out from the ground, and I picked it up, and it was a picture frame wrapped in a cloth, and it was a memorial pamphlet for a man. The last day I worked there was the worst. I was there alone, and I heard the crash again and was outside. I tried to get my uncle to pick me up, but he told me he didn't care and that I had to stay. So my boyfriend began on his way over, which takes about an hour. So I called my nana while I waited outside for my boyfriend. I was on speakerphone, so my sister could talk to me too. They asked me who I was there with, which freaked me out, because I was alone, because they heard a woman's voice. And my boyfriend later told me he heard it too, even though I never mentioned that my nana and sister heard it first. My boyfriend picked me up, and I never went back to that house. To this day, that was one of the scariest things I've experienced. I was hired onto a job in an assisted living facility with approximately 20 or so residents. It was a few times I've seen this thing, but not as well this one time. As I said, I've worked in this assisted living facility working 2 to 10 p.m. when night fell. There were simply the worst times for me. While working or walking the halls to make sure my residents were safe, I felt watched. And not just watched like my other co-worker, or residents mind you. The evening shift only had 2 staff members after 6, until the next shift arrived. As I said, I felt watched, and it creeped me out. And it didn't help knowing that this facility sat basically surrounded by the woods. But the small town was haunted, and known to be the most haunted in the US. It was one evening in November. It was time residents cleared and headed off to bed, so for mine and my co-worker working with me, as well as this night, meant downtime. We decided to go outside for some fresh air and just play on our phones. That's when something told me to look, and I turned my head and saw a tall man in all black facing us through one of the side door windows, facing the side porch where we were sitting. This man or thing had a top hat on, covering half his face. I don't know what I did or why I had to look away for a slight second, but I did, and when I looked again, he was gone. So a few years ago, I had this strange encounter. My wife is a key element in this, so I'm going to describe him just a bit. She has super long black hair that she always kept in a bun. She wore these pajama pants that were patterned like cartoon sky with clouds and all that. She wore a robe that was red and blue horizontal stripes. Also, she doesn't often smile. So I went to bed with my black cat curled up next to me, and I dreamt I was in a hospital with Tyrion Lannister and Lord Varys from the Game of Thrones, and there's a sick man in the bed. I decided to go walk in the car, and while I'm waiting, a tornado comes and I wake up. Now, when I woke up,
I noticed my wife was lying across my legs staring at me and smiling. And I thought, the fuck is she doing? She's so weird sometimes. So I started to tell her about my dream. She's smiling at me the whole time with her head tilted down slightly, and I suddenly noticed that my cat is gone. I didn't say anything about it, but then my wife says I put her in the leeches and starts gently tickling my belly with long, sharp nails. I chuckled and said, "What?" And she said it again, tickling my belly, and I noticed that her robe and pants pattern was swapped, and her hair was down and not in a bun. Then I noticed her smile was just a tad wider than it should be, and I started to become terrified and woke up again. My cat curled up right next to me. The strange thing is that I'm not the only one who has encountered this entity. 2 others have also seen this wicked version of my wife in a semi-dreamlike state. I swear to the gods that I was awake during this encounter. Nothing about it felt like a dream. But I woke up a second time. That's never happened to me before. Has anyone else had an encounter like this?